Welcome to day 2 of the Wholesaling Accelerator live event. So this is the second day. So if you are on, hey, like I want to go the first day, just go on the link in the description. You will find day 1 of the Wholesaling Accelerator live event. This is day 2, which is crazy action-packed, amazing speakers, all these things. And I'm giving this recording to you for free because the information should always be open and public for everyone. So if you're excited, ready to go, let's get into it. And if you want to come to the next live event, send me a wholesaling deal. That's pretty much it. Or you can actually just join Flipboard Plus like instantly right now. We have 4 Zooms we do every single week. So pretty exciting. Message me, message everyone else in the community and scale up. So guys, just go to flipwithrickplus.com if you want to join and let's get in the video.
All right, guys, welcome to day 2. Anybody have a good time yesterday? Yeah. There we go. All right, perfect. All right, so we have the itineraries, guys, here, and also we're going to talk about is our 5K a day, basically what I'm calling the unlimited lead system. So what you have in front of you is called Zach Ginn's JV Bible. This is unreleased. I don't have it in Flipboard Plus yet or anything like that. I'm only giving it right now to people here. In about a month, we'll give it to everyone inside of Flipboard Plus, but this is not a system I want to go publicly talk about crazy, because if everyone does this, then it doesn't work. That's kind of the problem. And so just FYI, we're going to talk about that too after we break this all down. You look at the itinerary here. Just keep an eye on that. If you guys have questions, let me know. It's going to be pretty important for everyone on here. So let's kind of talk about day 2 to escape the matrix. Not escape the matrix. Oh, Lord, who wrote that there? Wholesaling Accelerator, whatever. All right, so Wholesaling Accelerator, day 2, you guys have it on it. We're talking about 5K day training. We're going to break down for a while. So this might not be your cup of tea if you're brand new, but our 100K a month scaling system. Basically, who to hire, what to hire, how much to hire, that entire system. It's 7+ years in the making, really 3 years on a higher level scale, but it's important to know it's recorded for everyone. Once you get to that point, it'll be there too. We're excited about that. And next year, we're going to talk about lunch. And so we have some people that need to talk to me during lunch that I didn't get to talk to specifically. We got to create some systems. And if I haven't talked to you before and you don't have a system broken down, by the end of this, you should have something, or at least written down with me. So come up to me, be annoying. We're going to dinner after too, so you can go do that. We're going to have Luca speak, so pretty excited about that. He's got a great story. Guys, make some noise if you liked Ace's talk yesterday. That was amazing. So shout out to him there. Put his heart and soul into that, and it paid off. So shout out to Ace there. And after that, we're going to talk about our data mastermind, and that's going to be a pretty interesting part. Everyone that's doing well with data, everyone that's not doing well with data, we're going to mastermind and figure out what data is working, because data is king here. If you don't have the right data, don't have the right data, I hear people say it multiple ways, you're out of this business. And so I know I talk about grind and hustle and all this stuff, but this is the point of working smarter, not harder. And if you have the right data, you're all set up. Everyone hears me talk about the same 3 data sets, but what I want to do is not talk about me like you hear on a million live streams, but what's working for you guys. It's the important part, and that's kind of the secret here. And then we're going to do Mailing to Millions live, just kind of talk about direct mail. Remember, even if you don't want to do any direct mail, this is important to know, because one thing I tell everyone is, if you start using the mailing filters in your cold calling, texting, whatever it is, it works. And that's kind of the point here. And then we're going to talk about your next 6 months in this business. And then we're going to go to dinner at the Exchange Hall, basically called the AT&T Discovery District. They got a bunch of food. It's pretty cool. Some people are dying from the spicy food last night, so I feel bad. So we got a lot of options. But we'll be hanging out there at 7 o'clock and run up all night. It's a pretty cool spot. I think it's really cool, so we're going to get into that. So without further ado, let's kind of talk about the 5K a day mastermind, mastery, unlimited inbound leads. And so this is a free marketing strategy. We can get inbound leads. Basically, anyone here has ever watched Austin Powers? Yes. Okay. Does anyone know Mini-Me? Yes. Okay, y'all are going to be Mini-Me of me, okay? So I'm at a system now where I will get a lot of leads coming in every single day of JVs, because I do videos. It's all great, right? And it's a big system. And it's been 2.5 years in the making where I can get a lot of deals and make a lot of money doing it. And that's kind of the point here. A lot of people are here because they've done a JV deal with me, or they're trying to do JV deals with me so they can get the Flipboard Plus for free, which is great. But that's kind of a system I made, and it's pretty well, and it just keeps growing. It's kind of crazy. Now, what you're gonna do is a mini-me style of this, okay? I'm not telling you to go make millions of dollars on JV deals and have all those overhead employees and underwriters and stress. Just a mini system. If you could make $100,000 this year just off JV deals, you can do well. And so it's an amazing system. And so, I mean, look at how much money have you made off of just JV deals? Not from me, just from you being in the network of what we have.
This year alone? Or
Total.
I would say north of $30,000.
$30,000.
That started as of May of last year with Flipboard Plus.
May of last year, inside of Flipboard Plus. 30,000. Got a lot of other JV deals being done. I want to give a shout out to Trevor and Martha doing JV deals too. It just, knowing people and having people know you is an amazing strategy. But Luke has done it well, but he hasn't really put steroids on that system. And this is kind of what I'm talking about for him, and everyone liked this. And so, I mean, Luke doing a video, he's going to get a lot of leads coming in. He's going to do a lot of deals. And that's kind of the point. So we're going to talk about this and really get it going. We have the JV Bible. We're going to go over that too. But basically, that's the entire system. I just have it printed for you guys because I can talk about it. I'd rather have it on paper for everyone. But I put a watermark on it, not to be mean, but this is like, stays in the room, okay, until it comes out in hopefully a month or two. All right, because I want you guys to implement it. I want to see your guys' results because you guys are the biggest action takers here. And then we can tweak it and then kind of release it to everyone inside of Flipboard Plus. So let's talk about 5K a day mastery. That's it. And so I'm able to make over $5,000 a day because of JVs. That's net. Average deals 15, about 7,500. Not bad. Now I'm not teaching the big, fat, crazy system. That's in the back. I have it written down for you guys if you want to go nuts. But let's start doing one deal. So it's coming soon to Flipboard Plus. We're here to attract hundreds of deals with no money at all. All right, using kind of my network, my gift to you on how to attract hundreds of JV deals coming in here. Does anybody here actually not know the term JV? Am I talking Spanish? You guys know it? Okay, joint venture, partnering up with people, and I'll basically show you the process. But we're going to get rich from the coming TikTok wave of teens. Okay? Has anybody heard the term broccoli head? No? It's a TikTok thing. These kids on TikTok have this hairstyle. It's so funny. They all look like Patrick Mahomes, honestly. They get perms. I'm not kidding you. They get perms. It's like the new wave of kids. And they're all at the gym. They hog the bench. Everyone makes fun of it. It's a joke, but it's kind of a young person's term. But every single teen boy wants two things. They want a Lamborghini, and they want girls. And the best way they can do it is to get rich. And so every teen boy, I mean, when you guys were 17, everyone wants to get rich. I don't think anyone doesn't want to get rich. And so they all want to get rich, and they all want to get it quick. They don't want to get rich slow. They want to get rich, and they want to get rich now. And so what they do is they go on these schemes on TikTok. They go through all this and that. And unfortunately, I have found the only way to make $30,000 in a month with no money at all is wholesaling real estate, unless you want to shake your butt on the internet. Now, I'm not built like that, so I can't do it. So I'm stuck. So I can only wholesale houses. So unfortunately, if you're not gifted like that, I have to go make money with my brain. So unfortunately, that's what I do. And so if anyone can name me a legal way to make 30 grand a month with no money at all, let me know. I mean, even if you want to do a day trading scheme, you got to drop 4 grand in like currency exchange in the market to make it. Like, there's nothing. And so wholesaling real estate is getting more popular. It's becoming more mainstream because it's the only way, in my opinion, I've found. And so it's coming. If you look on Google Trends, I showed this on a live stream about a couple months ago, the Google Trends of wholesaling real estate, especially virtual wholesaling, has just jacked up. It doesn't stop. And so unfortunately, there's a lot of people from virtual wholesaling, in-person wholesaling around the world. And so I talked about with Phillips, he's from Nigeria originally, right? Nigeria has, 200, almost 300 million people? It's almost the population of the United States. Most of them speak English. And if you statistically look at the highest SAT scores from any group, if you look at a subsect, kids of Nigerian immigrants have the highest SAT scores in the United States of America. So they speak English, they're super smart, and there's a lot of them. And they all have great internet. And so I've seen a lot of people from Nigeria and South Africa get into wholesaling real estate, which is basically more than the population of the United States. And so they're all coming in. And it's getting crazier and crazier. And so we have virtual wholesalers throughout the country and the world getting in this business. And so we can either make money with them, or we can just let them beat us out on deals. And so there's millions of dollars on the head of this, of dead deals being wasted. So raise your hand. I think Alex knows this better than anyone. Of deals that seem like deals, and then they fall apart, and they, quote, die. Raise your hand if you ever had a deal die. It's sad, right? Now, unfortunately, with a dead deal, where's that money go to? That money goes to my favorite people in the world, realtors. Once the deal dies, they get frustrated, and they say, we got to use the legit path. Use a realtor. And so the money doesn't get transferred from one wholesaler to another. It gets transferred from wholesaler to realtor. And what I want to do is make sure realtors, sorry, Morgan, don't make any money. That's the point, okay? That's what we want to do. And so the point of this is, if you have a guy or gal who is brand new, they know what they're doing, they get a deal locked up, and it's a good price, but they have no buyers, that deal's going to die, because it might be a great deal, but they have no buyers. It sucks. The deal's dead. So what I want you to do is help people who have deals locked up. They know what they're doing. Half these people I've seen are in Slovakia right now, and they have a deal locked up over the phone, and they have no one to come by the house, no buyer wants to talk to someone, there's no pictures, or the seller's kind of iffy with them. You guys in your own market can deal with these virtual wholesalers and just make half the deal. And these are fat deals. They're $15,000, $20,000. You can just split with them. And so just do 1% of my JV deals, and you'll make a lot of money. And that's kind of the point here. And so my goal for everyone watching this is to make $100K by the end of the year with this system. Even if you just do one deal. Anyone can do a deal with anyone in here. And this room isn't as big as the Facebook group. We got 136,000 people in this Facebook group. Okay? Think about the biggest football stadium in the United States. It's bigger than that. It's crazy. And that's just in a Facebook group. Talking about wholesaling.com, YouTube channel, stuff like that. It's insane. And so, who here, raise your hand if you ever done a JV deal? Completed, done it, all right. Why is this room up in the, okay. We need more hands raised here by 6 months from now, okay? So JV deal. So JV deals are inherently simple. They're not complicated. I don't complicate it. 30-70 split, 60, 50-50. That's it. I've statistically done every way. I've done 70-30, I've done 33-33, I've done every single split possible. You're not partners if you're not 50-50. That's it. And when you're in a relationship, no, it's not 60-40, it's not 70-30, it's 50-50. It's a partnership, it's a partner. If you feel like someone's carrying more weight, then the relationship doesn't work. And so here's how it works. Somebody locks up a deal. I call them wholesaler one. Thing one, thing two. Wholesaler one locks up the deal. Wholesaler two sells the deal to a cash buyer. This is it. This is the value exchange in a JV deal. That as simple as it is, I have statistically looked at every JV deal possible. Pretty much this is what they are. Either wholesaler two saves the day or wholesaler one saves the day, but someone locks it up and somebody sells it. There's no intermingling between these two. You choose what role you want to be in. So choose which side you want to be on. You can be the guy that locks up all the deals. Does anybody here want to cold call more and split it? No. Okay? The real money I found is in number two, selling the deal to a cash buyer. Who here has a big cash buyers list? Who here has more cash buyers than they have deals? They can't feed enough because they have, yeah, right? It's a problem. Everyone should have that problem. You should have more buyers than sellers. It's a lot easier to find a cash buyer than it is to find a $50,000 wholesaling deal. Hands down. So you want to be on side number two. It's a lot easier. So the sell side, I found about 50% easier with the same pay. So why are you going to do that, right? So what's the value of having good buyers and experience? That is the value. Guys, people really underestimate when you're a beginner. If you have a lot of great buyers, you feel like, it's not a big deal. Now, I talked to Nate yesterday, right? His buyers list, don't poach him, but it's a huge asset. Nobody talks about that. He's basically unvetted all the fake wholesalers out of his list. He has thousands of them, and they're all legit, and they buy from him, and they're hungry for him, and they trust him. So it's kind of scary for him to go use those buyers. He probably doesn't want to use his really, really good buyers, but he probably has, 50, 100, he can just kind of give those out, right? The value of his experience and good buyers, he's kind of like a guru. Nate, what's easier? If I send you a deal and you make 15 grand, we split it, you make $7,500, or if I paid you $7,500 and we did a 1 hour Zoom every single Wednesday for the next 2 years? You'd rather do the 3 hours of work than the 100 hours? Nate, what do I do? It's hard. No, you don't want to be a guru, okay? You don't want to be doing that. And so the value of it, 3 hours of work to make $7,500 or being the guru, you don't want to be doing this, okay? So let's talk about wholesaler 1 pays wholesaler 2 for more than a buyer. Remember this. It's 50% easier to sell a wholesaling deal than to lock it up with marketing, acquisitions, all that. So why does wholesaler 1 do it? They lack skills for good buyers. It's an expensive lesson they need to learn, but they learn knowledge too. Like for example, we've done JV deals with people, and hopefully I can do something with Leo, because we did that cold call yesterday, first call, motivated seller. The experience of me walking him through what to do, what not to do, that's very valuable. And so he'll obviously be willing to do it. So we understand Gen Z, my generation's come into wholesaling. Gen Z is currently 11 to 25 years old. They all want to get rich, and they all want to make money, like I've said. Most boys watch their alpha male influencer, be a big man, make a lot of money. They got the private jets, the Lamborghinis, they all want that, all right? I would say my generation, and a lot of young people can know this, we're 90% really, really bad and lazy, and about 10% hard workers. I'd probably say 5%, right? We got some young killers in the house here that are probably 5%. Do you guys know the 90%? I know, you know one person, okay, right? They're waking up at 1 p.m. today, all right? On a Thursday, all right? So we know those guys, right? It's the truth. We have the laziest generation, but also that 5% is probably the hardest working. Right, Achilles? Do any lazy people your age? Yeah, we know a lot. And so that's the truth. And so I'd say 1 to 5% of these wholesalers, they're hard workers, but they still not legit wholesalers, right? 1 to 5% of the hard workers end up becoming successful. That's how hard this business can be. I would say in Dallas, there's over 1,000 of these people that are 10% that actually want to get into wholesaling. I'd say I'm trying to make more. I got freewholesaling.com. I'm teaching these kids for you for free. Okay, I'm doing the hard work. And so find your army of new wholesalers. I got 136,000 people in wholesaling houses for real. What I want to show you is exactly today how to, I don't think I've talked about this before. I showed Sebastian how to do this. You can pinpoint in the Facebook group everyone in, for example, for him, anyone in Kansas City. I think you found 2,000 people in Kansas City on your phone right there. And you can just DM those people all day, all day, all day. It's like marketing. That's crazy. This is a marketing channel now. So I'm training them for free, and you profit. That's the point. So I feel like they're getting good advice, and I feel like you guys are not going to screw them. I'm hoping you can make some money. And so you can use your FlipBook Plus as credibility. I promise you, if you're in FlipBook Plus, I would vouch for you. As long as you don't screw somebody, then you'd be dead to me. Okay, has anybody here been screwed on a wholesaling deal? Like legit, like, not like, oh, the deal didn't work out. No, like screwed you. Me too. It sucks. Once you get that moniker on you, it'll never go away. Your reputation's done. All right, that's why people JV with me, because they know if I screwed them over $2,000, my reputation's done. You can prove it. You probably record me calls saying, I'm screwing you, man. No, okay? So you can use FlipBook Plus as a credibility. You can either, taught this too, for example, like with Dylan, let's say he finds a kid in Milwaukee, has a deal. You don't have anyone in Milwaukee. Guess what? You can JV, you can split it with Martha over here, who's got deals in Milwaukee, and she'll probably get you some money, right? She don't care. She's here to make some money. Devani wants some more tacos with me, right? We got some more money, right? And so that's the point. You can use FlipBook Plus as credibility, but also as a network. And so there's money to be made everywhere. And so if you can get really, really good buyers in the right title company, you can really make this work. But that's the value you bring. If you don't have that, there's no value. And so, I mean, one thing I've always found, and I've talked about this forever, and I don't know why people don't do this, if you can find some of these kids to drive for dollars for you, and they do the marketing for you, because a lot of these kids are like, yeah, I'll JV with you, but how do I find a deal? Just do what I do. Hey, go out here and do 50 sticky notes a day, 5 days a week for the next 2 months. Now, I want to make this very clear. No bird dogs, wholesalers. Does everyone know the difference between a bird dog and a wholesaler? A bird dog's trying to find the deal to get instant money. maybe $1,000 if you close the deal. Is that a partner? No. 50-50. They get half the deal. And so wholesalers, the difference between bird dogs and wholesalers, if bird dogs doesn't get paid in a week or a month, they're gone. They're here for the money now. They're that 90%, tick-tock, money, 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 money. You want to get the 5% that, yeah, I drove for dollars for a month and I didn't get a deal. I'm still going to keep driving for you, buddy. That's the people you want to find. You want to find wholesalers, not them. So get them hooked on your buyers. Once you start sending them deals, you'll be good to go. So find your army of new wholesalers. And so if anyone can bring out their phone right now and go to Wholesaling Houses for Real, which is our Facebook group, if you go to click members, there's a lot of pictures, and you will find this little tab where it says members near you. Now I'm in Stuart, Florida. We got a population of 30,000 people. So I already got 10 people in there, which is kind of crazy. I know Ed. I beat him out on a lot of deals. We're not going to talk about Ed. Actually, I beat him out so bad he turned into a realtor. He works at Lincare now. We won't talk about that. But basically, this is it, right? This is crazy. And so this is 10 in my market. Think of Houston, right? So if someone pop it up, tell me if they're in a decent market. How many people near you? You're in New York, so that's going to be crazy.
Do you know what I noticed that?
So click, do you see the pictures? They're like bubbles. Click that, and it should show members, and it'll show members near you. Click the bubble. There's like pictures of people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so click that. If you need help, look at your neighbor behind you.
A place like Dallas, man, it's tough because, like, for example, me, I live in Plano, which is still
Yeah.
So, like, when I click on members near me, there may be like 10.
You ready for this? You ready for this? So make another Facebook. Insert whatever city you live in. So when I pop it up, this was done this morning. It's still showing me Stuart people. I'm in Dallas right now because I say I live in Stuart. So anyone can make a Facebook, make a new one, or make a page. Change your location to whatever you want. Dallas, Texas. Frisco, Texas. Whatever you want to put. Facebook will geolocate it. Now, oh, you live in Wisconsin? Then it'll show you who's near you in Wisconsin. Then go change your location. It'll change for you. Yeah. Well, not on your personal Facebook. You don't want to be doing that, probably. Create a new Facebook. Say, on personally, that I live now in Lynchburg. You probably say you live in Richmond. Make a new one, say you live in Lynchburg.
I'm saying Lynchburg, but I'm gonna switch to Richmond.
So you can change where you live on your Facebook. Yeah. You don't want your grandma calling you like, oh, you changed, honey? Where are you going? So I say just make a new one. Make a new Facebook. And I'd probably tell most people, because you got your grandma, your mom, your aunt, your uncle, whatever, make a business Facebook, all right? And once you have your business Facebook, join it, put whatever you want, and you will find thousands of these type of people. I'm telling you. And then you can friend request all those people too. The reason why I'm saying to friend request is once you're a friend with somebody, you can slide in the DMs a lot easier. It doesn't go into requests, it goes into primary or general. Ask me how I know this. So all you have to do is just add these people as friends. You'll probably run out. You get 5,000. If you run out, you just make more. And then what I want you to do is just message all these people. That's it. Simple as that. It's marketing. That's it. Hey, my name is X, Y, and Z. I have over 30 qualified cash buyers, and they are hungry for deals. I can't send them enough deals. They're all qualified. I have the right title company. We're ready to go. Let me know if you want to split any deals 50-50. Here's my phone number. Let's hop on a call. Simple as that. You don't have to do it. You can have someone on your team do it or whatever you want. FY for Nate, you probably don't want any more phone calls. So maybe you can find someone to kind of do it with you or for you, right? For example, we got Ace. Ace does deals. You saw that little picture of all of his dang checks? Guess what Ace is going to do? He's going to start off the DM with a picture of all the checks. Oh, whoa. Wow. Interesting. Even if it's one check, if you can, post it. Post it as a picture and use that as the draw them in. People will be interested, right? And that's kind of the point. This is a marketing channel, basically. It feels dirty to say that, but it is. And so that's kind of the point. Now, the average real estate course guy is going to say, oh, those guys are customers for you. No, they're JV partners with you. And so we're kind of doing this like a real estate coach, except we're not trying to make 10 grand off of assignment fee, coaching fee. We're trying to get assignment fees. So that's the point. Find people on Facebook. My grandma's on Facebook. My youngest cousin's on Facebook. And she's like, 14. So everyone's on Facebook basically. So that's kind of the point here. And so unfortunately Instagram, every other, I can't find their location. Facebook is kind of scary, but you can do all that stuff. So does anybody have a question about finding anyone on Facebook in your market? Yeah, so show me. Come up. Come here, let's go over it. Let me help you out here. So let me see. So you click that, and it should go new to the group. Do you have your where you live on your Facebook?
I'm not sure.
Go to your menu.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have your current city.
Okay.
So just put your current city in there, and that should pop up. So current city, yeah. So if you don't find it, you just gotta put your current city. And so what you want to do is like, you can put your current city, but like do like the big city near you if it's like that.
Yeah, that's exactly key because they didn't. And it was
Yeah. So if you're like Denton, Texas, just put Dallas.
Yep.
Then you can change it for a second, go in there, and then unchange it, and then just move it. Why isn't Trenton popping up? Just put Trenton. There we go. Just press save for a second, and then go back. Press save. Wait, on the bottom, save. All right, and then go back. Perfect. And then refresh. Actually, it's fine. Just go back in there. All right. So we're gonna go back out here. We're gonna refresh. All right, go back in the group. No, that's a post. Right there on the. There we go. And then try it now. So click that. Friends. Living in Trenton. Go here. Look at that. It's not a lot, actually. Jeez. All right, we meant to change the city, but we got some people on there. Jesus. All right, I'm gonna show you some other things. We gotta change the cities. I don't believe that. There's more in Trenton. I have on top of that too, I have admin privileges, so I can I can geolocate people in my group. Yeah, so you got to put a city on there. It should pop up. So put more on there. Just something to think about. Okay. Okay. So what's the game plan with this? As we know, number one, get known. If you made money, post checks, get credibility. Now, why am I telling you just to don't post them? You can post them, but send them to people. I don't think you want to be the guy who says, I make 40 grand a month wholesaling houses. You don't want your grandma seeing that, your aunt, your uncle. Trust me, you don't want to be putting that out there. So you can DM people that or show people HUDs. I'm not going to say to massively post it. Hop on a podcast, your aunt probably ain't going to see that, you'll be fine. And what I want you to do is DM blast all new wholesalers and wholesaling houses for real if you can or want. I would say it's going to be hard to make a post because our admins are probably going to deny that post, unfortunately. We get probably 300 post requests a day, so we can't allow that. But I would blast it on the DMs. You can do that. That's not really a problem. So if you do that, you should have some success with that. On top of that too, be a man or woman of your word and educate them or help them out. I don't know why you have to write this to be a man or woman of your word, but if you say you're going to help or you're going to say it's a split, make it a split. Don't go back on your word. It's not how you want to be doing business, and you won't do it. On top of this too, we have a JV agreement in Flipboard Plus. It's in the never before seen or downloads. Just go to the course tab. It's there to download our JV agreement. It's already set out. Use this one. It's like using my assignment. Like it's worded pretty well. You just got to put in the state on the bottom. It says the governing for the laws of whatever state you're in. Use the JV agreement. It's pretty black and white. The reason why I tell you to use it is once you send that JV agreement to a title company, they now have a legal obligation because they know the title company's there. The title company knows that the JV agreement's there. They can't go around and be like, oh, I didn't know you got a split. Now you can sue them technically, so they have to agree to your JV. So when I get screwed on a deal, title company doesn't allow it to happen because it's already there, the JV agreement. Control the title company, control the deal. This is important. The same thing with a seller when you use their title. Whoever controls the title company controls the deal. Even if you're wholesaler number 2, control the title company.
So, sorry, when you say control the title company, like they already send out like the contract to a title company, do you keep?
Most of these kids don't. They get a deal locked up, they don't know what title company to use. Also, you can move contracts to different title companies.
Okay, so if you want to control it, you move it to your own.
What you need to. You have to. And so you should know your title lady, she should know you, and be in your best interest. If you don't control the title company, you're done. I've had so many JV deals where we haven't controlled the title company. They said, oh, sorry, we have to send a signed letter for the seller saying they are accepting your $30,000 assignment fee. No. I've lost deals like that, okay? Call, keep a relationship with the title company, keep a relationship with the seller, everyone like that. And then basically we have a 6-step method printed in front of you really quick on what we call the JV Bible. So it's kind of written here, it's pretty cool, but I call it the in-house method. So this is basically the 6-step process, right? Find a ton of buyers in your market and realtors, connect and network with wholesalers, old and new, Facebook groups, DM, comments on YouTube, all these things. We're going to show it right here, but it's kind of the first 6. I call it the in-house method, and then there's a big scaled-out system for anyone who want to go crazy. Oops, I thought it was in there. All right. So let's go over the JV Bible real quick, and then we'll go from here. So as we know here, there are multiple ways to find these type of people to work with. Connecting is a weird, just network, man. That's not really actionable, I don't think so. So what I'd say is number 1, Facebook groups, like I said. So the screen shares, that's method 1. Direct message people on Instagram, Facebook, or whatever you want to do on there. It works pretty well. Top of this 2, comments on YouTube live streams. I don't think people understand this. I have a lot of views. I think, where are we at? Like 20, 30,000 views a day on Flip of the Rick. And then if you look at my channel, Rick's channel, we're closing in a lot of views. I mean, millions and millions and millions a year. And those are a lot of eyeballs. And if you just make a comment, something, I don't know, hey, my name's Andrew, here's my phone number. I've done 6 deals and I'm looking to do more in this area, right? Just let people know who you are. Put it in the comments on the live stream too. Just let people know who you are. Simple as that. If you can do that, you'll get a lot of deals, I promise you. You just gotta get their phone number and have them talk to you. Next, local RIAs. Not a big fan of RIAs, but you can use them. There are a lot of people you can work with on there. Call title companies up. I don't think this is talked about enough, but like I've said, most places have 3, 4, big metro might have 10 wholesaling friendly title companies. Wait, what's a wholesaling friendly title company? A title company that's not going to disclose to the seller how much you're making, that accepts double closings, and that's actually somewhat smooth of a HUD. It's not like a fat, crazy assignment fee, big and bold. It's probably 10. That means every wholesaler in your area, maybe tens of thousands of wholesalers, only go through 10 title companies. Why don't you show up to every title company, build a relationship, and say, hey, I'm looking to do all my wholesaling deals with you. Your title, not your competitors, but with you. But I'm looking to do some more JV deals, and I'm going to move them all to you guys. Oh, that's money right there, right? And what you want to do is ask, hey, do you have any wholesalers that you know that are getting deals and they're struggling? Oh, watch this lady. We always pull the title with her, and she never ends up getting, she locks it up too high, or blah, 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 blah. They'll connect you if they're nice. And you just gotta be nice about it, and they get frustrated because they pull title, they waste a lot of money. So them getting connected with you works well. Just ask, hey, if they're a wholesaler and need help, talk to them. So title companies are really cool with this too. Auctions are another good area if you wanna find buyers. There are a lot of wholesalers in auctions too. I would cold call bandit signs. I will cold call basically any type of marketing method I can see from a wholesaler. I love direct mail. When we buy a lot of flips, we still get direct mail sent to it. I call every single postcard possible because these are people spending $12,000, $14,000, $15,000 a month in marketing. These are people you should get connected with. And you still do deals with them, even the big shots. And then again, comments on YouTube videos. Anyone looking to JV in Houston, I got 20 buyers looking to buy ASAP. Put your phone number. That's H. And then from there, it's the same process. Have them send leads into Podio. And so in the course, we got that. But does anybody here have Podio? So on my Podio tutorial on freewholesaling.com, it shows in there how to create a web form. Does anybody here have a Podio web form? Pretty simple, right? You click it, make a web form, do deals with Zach Ginn, do deals with Linda, right? You can write whatever you want. Give those people a link once they're saying they got deals, You can submit it through the web form. Works pretty well, and you can use a Google Docs if you want. But make sure they upload the agreement there, send the JV agreement, close it like you're good at dispositions, and then go here and do the deal. Now, there's other methods, right? We got method 2. This one's a little crazy, but this is called method 2. So basically what you do is find the top wholesalers with buyers. You can use like 10 to 15 markets if you really want to go crazy. Now, the reason why this works really good is you can use what I call like the fast pass. So what I call the fast pass is every single big wholesaler I know, there's about a 75% chance that they have a massive, crazy ego. 25% of them are nice, down-to-earth people, but 75% of them have crazy, massive egos. It's just true. When you start making money, your ego gets insane. That's what I found. And so, has anyone met somebody with a crazy, massive, big ego? It's insane. And so, you can do something stupid and not worth their time. They'll get into it just to prove their ego. And so what I like doing, and how I found the top wholesalers in markets, and that's how I get connected with them and I work with them, is I'll post in a Facebook group, who's the best closer in Dallas, Texas? Guess who's going to post that they are the best closer? The person who's doing deals and wants to prove it. I do 100 deals a year. Oh, wow. Boom. Found that in the comments. And if you're not a social media personality and you want people to know about you, you're going to post. And you want to feel good about it, right? And so posting stuff like that, it's not marketing for them, but they will come. You chum up the waters, the sharks are going to be there. Who's the best? I'm the best. I'm the best. And even if they're not in there, somebody's going to say, oh, this guy's the best. And then you'll get all the top wholesalers, and you'll find all of them. And one thing you can do with these people is they're a little higher up than you probably. That's okay. Maybe they're making $100K a month. I found a guy in Dallas, Texas. I'm not going to mention his name, but he did 97 deals every 6 months, so like 180 deals a year in Dallas. He had a massive he had a massive Drawing for Dollars operation, and he went crazy, and he moved away, and he just came back, but he isn't wholesaling anymore because it's insane. 180 deals a year. I found him through this method. That's all I can say. It works very well, and this is it's a really good way. You know, when I started my YouTube channel, I created a podcast because I had 100 subscribers and I wanted to find the top wholesalers, and this was the best way I found. By far, I've not really found a better way to do it. It brought a lot of egos, but it worked really well. Now, on top of this too, you can go find these top guys, say, hey, are you willing to JV with me? I find people all over the country inside my FlipBook Plus that send me deals, and I just can't sell them. And you're the king, man. You're the best. Of course. All right, can we do a 25-25-50 split? It's hard to find these people. Sure, I got all the buyers. I'm the best. And you can do a 25-25-50 split with them. You get 25%, they get 25%, and the wholesaler gets 50 because you're a man of your word. You'll find these guys. I promise you. Go in the comment section anywhere. You'll find them. Just don't do any YouTubers because they don't make any money wholesaling. But I'm not saying that to call any shots. But what I'm saying is the top wholesalers, you don't know about them. They don't post. They don't go on podcasts. Some of them do, but they're just very you don't know about them, and they're just walking around the street, you won't even notice. But they got big egos, and they want people to know that they're good. And so it's a really important way to do it. I call it it's kind of the bigger method, but just go attack egos. I'm telling you, it's the best way. I'll tell this too. We can go through the whole thing later, but I kind of have thing. How do you find buyers and realtors if you're struggling for it? How to find more JV partners. I have some ad copy in Facebook groups. Don't use my Facebook group, but you can go to anyone. I'll probably go to the Houston real estate group and just post, I have over 10 hungry cash buyers. I can't feed them enough deals. They're looking to pay big assignment fees for wholesaling deals. DM me or call me in X area. You can get that all day. You can use AI variations for it. I put what you can put on live streams of mine. I have 10 hungry cash buyers, blah, 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 blah. And then it kind of shows you how to create a web form, your requirements for deals in the back here, and then getting closed and the rest of the process. And so that's 5K a day for now. We're going to basically refine the process, make it easier. I want to get some more people in here doing it, use more case studies for that course, and then make it easier for everyone. So that's 5K a day. Who's here going to implement this? That's what I thought. All right, so that's perfect. So that's 5K a day. That's something anyone can use. If you're higher level, lower level, anyone to get their deal. So even get your first deal JVing, that's okay. So what we're gonna do right now is kind of our scaling part. Brace yourself, this is gonna be a little longer, but this is important. And some of you guys might be like, oh, I'm not at this point yet. It's still important to know. It's still important to understand the process, what it takes to kind of get a bigger operation. And the point here is, yeah, it might not be important for you now, but down the road, it's going to be very, very important. So if you want to talk about the first part, and then I'll get the second part here, but it's the scaling.
Most of the masterminds, what I'm going to show you, it's a 30K entry level, and you got to travel 3 times a year. It's a very, very private, I don't know why it's kept so secret. And you get there, and it takes like 4 or 5 years to suck the information out of them. So I'm just going to give it to you because I've been through the whole thing. I have it running now. It is not an overnight journey. It is not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're going to find yourself in one of these phases. So even if you're just getting started, you haven't to do a deal, it kind of excites you on what you can do. I stress to you again, this is not a get-rich-overnight scheme. It will kill you if you try to do it. And this is what, honestly, some of the stuff my son puts up there, I'm like, you're nuts. Like, he goes, no, there's an entire army of these people coming, we take advantage. And that's why I love working with him, because he finds opportunities that us old guys just can't figure out. I'm like, we're wasting your time with these TikTokers. And like, he made me do TikTok, and it pissed me off. I got 7 seconds, and like, I couldn't even get the damn button pushed to get my message out. And he goes, Dad, it's like painful. But honestly, some of my best connections, they came through TikTok, and it opened my eyes. And I'm just telling you, sometimes we close our mind, and we get older. You have to learn every day. You have to always be open, because most people basically, in my opinion, die at 25. They're just buried in their 70s and 80s. It's just the truth. People don't want to learn. They want to be comfortable. And I'm constantly challenged. So when you deal with your 20-year-old plus son, sometimes like they see trends coming, because I'm like, no. And then as soon as I go back in my day, he's like, dude, don't do it, Dad. He rolls his eyes. So I want you to be open. So if you're a little bit on my side of the scale, and I think a lot of people like working at us because we have a 30-year gap, and it's perfect because sometimes we get so complacent what we're doing, you don't see the trends coming up. None of us could have saw what happened after COVID. Like, if we all did, we all just would have gone on MLS and bought everything. Like, figured it away, hard moneyed it, but we didn't. It is what it is. And we take the data and we learn from it. So what we're going to talk about, if it doesn't relate to you, we have a lot to go through here, so I want you to connect with it. So my shoulder doctor's going to get pissed if I do that. Okay. Who wants to scale to 100K a month? When somebody told me this, I go, you're nuts. I'm just trying to get a damn deal done. And I went through a pattern of, okay, I made 10 grand. I did 20. And then I had 1 month I hit 100K. That's not what I'm talking about, guys. Eventually you will hit a home run. And some of you guys talk about it, I go, so when I was young, in my 30s, like, I know I'm dating myself, but when I got my first 40 grand check, I was just like, oh my God. But you have to show up and you have to keep it going. So a lot of times you guys get these big fat checks, it seemed enormous, you're starting out, you're like, I've made it. You gotta replicate it and you gotta do it faster. And that's what we talk about scaling. The stuff I'm gonna share in here, honestly, I'll never share online because it's over most people's head. And until you experience and understand it. So even if you grasp the theory and the concept, as you grow in your business, you go, okay, I need help with this. And that's the idea of it. So it's not that scary. It seemed overwhelming. I did not register this till I made 100 grand in 1 month. And then I went on a journey. I go, how can I do this every month? And my problem is I tried to take 10 to 20 grand, which I was very good at it, and turn it into 100. Now the problem is you have to average in your big hits in there. So a lot of people go 100K. I go, the idea is to get you 50, 60, get you that journey, and then do some pops in there. You're gonna have to mix in some wholesales. You're gonna have to do some JV agreements. It's not just pure one-on-one. Because once you get there and you get a taste for it, you don't go back and you get people to help you support in the journey. My problem is right now is to get you to the point where you go, man, I can't do this by myself. Don't try to solve that problem until you get there. Most people, all these people talking wholesale, I do 100K a month. Here's a little hint. Anyone who flashes a car, a piece of real estate, it's ridiculous. Like, rich people don't do that. They just don't do that. So I've been sucked in by it before. A guy pulls up in a car, you have no idea where it came from. It's ridiculous. So understand, when people are flashing stuff to you, okay, Rick told me he's gonna flash this real estate, he's gonna flash your car. Anyone can, this is the problem. I don't wanna keep up with the Joneses. You're gonna have to make sacrifices. The Joneses are the broke people. You do not wanna do it. That's not what we're talking about today. So, we have the Ginn way, not the guru way. I don't hate gurus. I just despise them. I don't understand. Most of the message is complete BS. Would you guys agree to the most point? I don't even know what a guru is anymore. If you look up the definition, it's really a religious thing. And if any of you guys follow religion, I don't talk about religion because it's not my specialty. I'm more of a spiritual person, is just do what I say and don't ever question it. And the problem is, if you're not doing what you're saying, how the hell am I going to do that? And that's what most cult gurus wind up doing, is like, don't question what I do, just drink the Kool-Aid, and you know how that works out. So you want to see that someone cut their teeth. I think at this point, in 21 years I've shown you, Zach went through the journey too. He's not a kid that just popped up. I don't believe people should be teaching what we do unless you've proven your journey. And to me, I'm older, a journey is a minimum 5 years and you have the credibility and you've proved it. I'm seeing people pop up 2 and 3 months. It's absolutely nuts to me. So we have the Ginn way. Why? Because it's what we do. And by the way, I never expect the guru to subscribe what we do. And if they do, I tell them, I go, that's when I'm going to be scared. You can't subscribe to what I do because I don't pitch people. I just show them the way. Remember, I talk about being a guide or you can be a salesman. I love Grant Cardone, but I just don't think everything has to be sold in life. When you sell something like, do we all need a luxury car? No. Do we want one? Yeah. But you don't need it. And the problem in society today is everybody wants the luxury car, but they can't afford it. And they get, you see these car payments lately? They're absolutely nuts. So we have 4 stages to scaling growth. We're going to walk you through each one of them. This is the part where you're going to get brutally uncomfortable. I'm sorry, this is the part. So when you get uncomfortable in the beginning and you figure out how to make 10 or 20 grand, here's the secret. In 21 years, every month I'm uncomfortable. I've just gotten so used to it, it's like breaking a muscle down. And as soon as it gets a little bit bigger, you got to keep pushing it, and you got to keep pushing it harder, and you got to come up with more creative ways to do it. So anybody works out, does exercise. I can't figure out yoga to save my life. My wife's really good at it. I'm a very impatient person. Yoga and stretching is my downside. So I used to be a former wrestler, and my coach says, either get flexible or your opponent's going to make you inflexible. And I tore my entire hamstring because somebody embarrassed me and tied me up in a knot. And I went on a journey. I was younger, I could flex and do that now. But I let it go. And if you ever stretch, to me, stretching and yoga is more uncomfortable than lifting any weight or running any type of marathon. It's hard. You have to have patience, and you have to just grow a little bit each day. And that's what we're talking about here. So you got to get uncomfortable. Guys, it's not that scary once you grasp the concept. The reality is, it's just a little bit more each day. And most of you go, how am I going to get to 100 grand when I've only made 10 grand? And I say, no, we're going to do 100K a month. So the reality is I simplified the process. Most of you are trying to get your first deal or two. I've always told you, what's the threshold that I know somebody has really, they've got a good gift for wholesaling? What's the number? 5. It's just proven statistically. No guru shares that with you. Because most gurus don't get you past 1. So some people pay a guru 10, 20 grand, then they put 20 grand in the marketing, they make 10 grand, a guru calls that success. You're not gonna make it at that rate. You just, like I could tell every one of you to spend 10 grand on marketing, you're probably gonna come up with a deal, but you're not gonna net it and you're probably not gonna be able to duplicate it. That's the problem with the system that's going on with it. It's just one step at a time, it's simple. You guys always talk, I talk about marathon because the more I teach it and the more I go over it, the more I taught my son, the more I've taught my business partners, my JV partners. I said, listen, is that going to grow your business in the long term? I did stuff when I was younger that probably wasn't the right move, and it cost me a lot of time and money. And you have to think long term. Think like your children. Like, is this the best decision you're making right now? And sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Me and Zach decided to make a sacrifice over 4 years ago and go on social media with no advertising, No pitch, no nothing. Let's just show deals and let's JV with people. And you're nuts. You can't do that. I go, dude, I'm going to run a marathon. But I didn't share it with them. Now I do. And now they're starting to see it because everybody wants to get on there. They want to sell a coaching course, and they take the money. Who takes the risk when you take a coaching course? It's not the guru. You guys take the risk. From a show of hands, how many people have paid a big ticket item and been disappointed? I have. So we know this is the norm. So I go against the grain, and you know what happens when you go against the grain? You get a lot of flack. And by the way, if you had a bad experience, it's okay. It should just refuel your energy in real estate. So I've been there so many times. Guys, I paid somebody over 100 grand that just walked away from me. 100 grand. Wired the money. I believed in him. Was real in the deal, and just, he goes, hey, here's how the game's played. You got to go play it on someone else. I go, this is ridiculous. So that's a little bit of my background on it. So we have the Ginn way versus the guru way. Now, the big office, you guys, all these guru stuff, they always have these big offices and all these employees hustling, bustling. I promise you when that camera goes off, it's like a ghost town in there. I've been to most of these offices. There are some exceptions, but the reality is I've done this one and I thought it was the path, and I smoked 5 years of my life, and at the end, I was miserable. And I'm just telling you, is when you turn it into a massive business, there is an economy of scale here where all real estate is local. You all know that. If it was fair across all markets, we'd all be in the DFW area, we'd be in the major metropolitans, Tampa, but you have to have localized, specialized knowledge. You guys have it. I don't. I know my markets, and I have to learn them one at a time. There's no way I can take down the entire country one at a time. I don't have enough time. So if you did the big office, the big 5K, and any of you guys worked in a corporate office, you're in an office, everybody's got to come in. The old school used to punch clocks. Is anybody really working in these offices when it comes down to it? The average work is about 1.5 hours to 2 hours a day in an 8-hour workday. I've been there, dude. I just stare at the clock. I want to get through it. And I didn't have a lot of motivation to do what I want. You do this, I promise you. Anybody who's done the office here, you're going in the hole. If you don't have the funds to do it, if a guru told you to get an office, I'm just telling you, where do we go see our customers? Do they come to your office? They will never come to your office. It's a ghost town. It is a training center. It's a place to have meetings. With technology today, you don't need all this stuff. I'm not saying you can have an office, but if you're just starting out with an office, Nathan, did you start out with an office? It's like, what the hell am I spending $5K a month? You can spend that on marketing or training or anything else you want to do. Or a guru, it's up to you. The reality is, I don't like the 10 employee thing. I think 4 to 5 is the way to make it happen. It is, and remember, these are employees that contribute all to the bottom line. You can be creative in the beginning and pay them per deal. I will tell you, when you bring somebody on and you don't know how much money you're going to make, don't lie to them, because these people have families, they're depending on you, and you have to be upfront. Hey, I'm just getting started. I got 2 deals in the work, but here's how I'm going to do it. I majorly overcompensated people in early, and I made mistakes because I overpaid them. And then when I blew up my operation, they expected a big percentage. And I go, listen, we got to dial it down because I have expenses now. And I lost good employees doing that. And I learned the hard way. There is no perfect way. And in the second part of this, Zach's going to walk you through how to pay the employees. No one will ever explain this to you. There are some generalities based on markets, but we learned it. I once paid a guru, big dollars. I go, show me how to pay my employees. 3 full days in the office. At the end, I go, where's the cheat sheet? I can't do that. So I started going to those employees and asking, and they're like, I was told not to tell you. I got on a plane and I left. I sent all my employees to train out in the office. I just gave up. Like, they don't want to give it up because they're embarrassed because they're not doing what they say they're doing. You got to understand that. So when you get an office and you get employees, it's daunting. Anybody ever had employees in their own office? It's like, holy moly. And when payroll hits, you understand what happened with COVID. People are like, oh, all this COVID money and all this stuff. Dude, it didn't even, the government gives you 100 grand, it still cost you 500 grand to keep the operation running. And that's what they won't tell you. Make more money in big offices, the money produce, make more money in the big offices. I've done the big office. I'm going to save you the headache. Do not get until you have a major problem. Okay? It just, to me, there is a dollar amount you can do virtually. So here's the other problem in the office. It's going to chain you there. You have to report there. You're going to have someone who answers the phones and like a receptionist. Then you have to have somebody train in the evenings. So you think, okay, well, 7 a.m. and I'll get out by 5. You don't, because you got to train people after hours. And then most of our business happens, I don't know about you guys, I did a lot of appointments in the evening. And then people got other things going on, and you got to find the time, because during the business hours, I need you to work your butt off. And so we have to decide. And then I got in this ridiculous thing, and Zach will tell you, is I hired a consultant, and it's like, have you guys ever hear of the EOS system? It was revolutionary when it came out. It was smart. The problem with EOS, now they've done studies way after the fact, and they said, we meet too much. There's too many damn meetings. You guys, between DMs, messages, FaceTime, all this stuff, we had a meeting just to have a meeting, and the employee's like, you're just wasting my time. And I'm like, but I was told to do it this way. The reality is you got to find a way to communicate with the team. I find it got so over corporate and so over structured, it got annoying. You got to have people who have a buy-in to your system. If you over meet with people, you guys ever been in corporate meetings? You just sit there like, who are we running under the bus today? And it's like, it's his fault, it's her fault. And you're going to have the same problems, because I didn't have the experience to run offices, and it was a painful journey for me. Get to the point where you have so many leads, so many appointments, and so much money in your bank account, I need to get some help. And that's what means that we've been through this journey, and nobody will navigate you through this. And then you find people that I do 12 million a year. I go, show me. It's always like a mic drop, like, well, it's complicated. You don't know how it works. I'm like, you just told me you did it, like either share a financial or let's go. And if you think you're going to walk in their office and the amount of traction and busy it is, it's complete BS. Did you guys ever see, what was it? Uber did a great documentary movie. I think it was on Netflix. Fascinating story. You guys see the movie. They talked about growing their business, and they were a wild child. They had thousands of employees, and they had like a 24-year-old kid running it. Sound familiar? Anyways, he was doing wild things, and like, dude, you can't do that. You can't talk to female employees like that. And they're like, oh, we got a big investor coming in. And then they sat and trained the employees for an hour how to act when the hedge fund guys come. And everyone's high-fiving, everything's perfect. As soon as they leave, it's like people are drinking alcohol, people are swearing, people are running out the building. And I've seen this over and over in real estate. Don't fall for it. They know when you're coming. If you really want to find out someone's truth, show up unexpected to an office and you'll find it. And there's documentaries on the internet of people doing this, and it's like, you need to leave. Why are there no employees here? I don't understand. Listen, you can pay $100,000 to have a building if you're selling millions of dollars in coaching courses because it looks good. It's great for content. I would just refuse to do it. Our studio, it's simple. It's just a little office. You shoot, point a camera, we move on. We don't get into the hype. So you got to understand that. Now, the wholesaling myth. Influence office because they have offices. Guys, it's mostly for production. There are some exceptions. For full disclosure, me and Zach, we have a small office because I do, but I own the building. So it's like, it's not really an office if you really look at it that way. And my other tenants pay for it. And we take the smallest space. I don't rent out the biggest space to myself. I'm not an idiot. Okay? I've got 12,000 square foot office. I take 500 square feet of it. And we've already talked about downsizing it. And we got people making us offers. I'm like, Zach, let's build that unit out. We'll do that. We'll cut it in half. We talk about like converting like one of our storage rooms just for the studio. A studio, all you need is a light in a small area. You only need a 5-foot room. You'd be shocked at what most of these studios are. So we don't have a fancy studio. I don't have a hair gel. I don't have a guy come and cut my hair. I go to Great Clips for full disclosure. Haircuttery pissed me off. I'm set, like, I don't waste money. I don't believe it. I don't care how much money you make. It's not complicated. And so we had a conversation with someone. They're like, does the guy come and cut your hair? Cut my hair? Are you kidding me? It's 10 minutes. I go there, I cut it, 15, 20 bucks, and I'm done. And then we were talking about, Zach, you got to get your hair professionally done. I got a guy come to you, it's $200 a cut. Zach goes, are you nuts? And you guys know the story. Zach grew his hair out, I believe it was during COVID, and I got tired of him combing it back. Honestly, it pissed me off because he's got like the nicest hair in the family. And then the minute they started calling him Baby Jesus, he's like, okay, that's it. He was in there with a razor. He goes, that's it. And I go, dude, your hair is taking over the internet. You need to stop. Help. I grow my hair out and it looks like Kramer on Seinfeld. It's really bad. So like, you know what, it's just funny how people focus your hair, like do not get distracted by this stuff, guys. You gotta understand, you gotta focus on wholesaling. And so many people get so consumed with content and all the distractions. And me and Zach just sit there and point. We were told a long time ago, you're gonna run out of stuff to talk about. I go, no, we just talk about if you've ever taught like junior sports, basketball, football, what do you do with the kids? What do you teach them? Do you teach them complicated plays? You teach them the fundamentals. You have to have the fundamentals. It's boring, it's routine. We try to make it entertaining as possible, but it's like so many people want to teach at a high level. And my son taught me this because when I taught, I go, we're gonna go fundamentals, tackle, block, catch, pass. Same thing over and over. We did it for 2 years. He caught off, he did acquisitions, he took over he did marketing, and then he did dispositions. And then he went out and did JV deals. He goes, Dad, I want to be your partner. I'm like, yeah, I'm in. But I made him cut his teeth on the whole thing. So, by the way, whenever you guys have a partner, you better make sure they're in it, because partners, like a marriage, it can be a very painful divorce. I've been through multiple ones where we started out great and then they went on their own journey, and like, I don't like wholesaling, I just like the money with it. I don't want you to be my partner if you're doing that. So, we don't have a video production team. We have a very small, lean staff. We run a staff of 4 to 5 people, that's it. And they all get paid per deal. Some of the lower employees are on salaries. We're gonna talk a little bit about that and tell you how to adapt it for your market. So your acquisitions managers need to be on appointments all day. It's a myth, guys. Like, it doesn't work that way. I wish I had that many appointments. A lot of you guys are single operators. You have that problem. We're going to talk about it. You got to get to that level where, like, dude, I have so many appointments backed up, I don't know what to do. One of the biggest myths you're going to talk about is people go, I got to get an acquisitions manager first. No, it's your last hire. You are the asset in your company. No one's going to be as good as you, and we're going to teach you how to outsource the lower-end tasks you guys are wasting time with. You should always oversee your marketing, but acquisitions, we learned the hard way by outsourcing that. If I can get to the point where I can just go on 2 or 3 appointments a day and make 20, 30 grand, it's the highest and best use of my time. Is it the funnest? No, it gets boring after a while, but like, it should be repetitive. When you get really good, you know all the objections coming your way. So I find a lot of people go, I'm gonna hire an acquisitions manager first. You're gonna take a massive hit on pay right off the bat. So you gotta do the low levels and work your way up. We're gonna show you how to do that. Listen, the reality is you do all this tape between the office, the 5K a month, 25K will be out the door every month before you know it started. And about 6 months into, you go, I didn't sign up for this. And you find out you don't have the cash flow, because when you hire employees, if you've ever done any business, wholesaling, anything outside, you're gonna take 2 steps backwards to try to go 5 steps forward. And most people cannot step. That's when it gets wildly uncomfortable. And I'm gonna teach you, it's not the correct way to do a business. You guys ever watch the show Shark Tank? What's Mark Cuban's my favorite on there, and not because he's in the Dallas area, but you ever see it, he goes, okay, how much money you got into this? And people go, well, I mortgaged my house, I sold my mom's house, and I got 2 million into it. What were your sales again? 150 grand. Mark's like, what the hell are you doing? Always prove the concept first. So my favorite part of wholesaling, make money first, then figure it out. Because if the concept doesn't work and it doesn't work in your mind, don't blow your family's entire life savings on it. To me, Shark Tank blows me away. And then you get like an 18-year-old kid on it. He goes, I just came up with an idea. I made a couple molds in my garage. I went on the internet. I went door to door. Mark goes, Dad, that's it. He goes, I sold 300 grand, but I have no idea what I'm doing. That's what I'm looking for you guys. You do not do wholesaling by investing millions of dollars and figuring it out later. That's the beauty of our business. Wholesaling should always pay for itself. It is never the other way around. Am I clear on that? You've got to understand this. And when people tell you to do it the other way, it's crazy. When people tell you to spend 10 to 15 grand on marketing, you don't know what to do, you don't know how to answer the phones, and you are going to be inundated and you're going to be taxed because you have to do it every month. We're going to show you some opportunities. When you pair up with us, we start small because you've got to get the process down, and then we start churning up the volume with your comfort level. I never make people do stuff, I just show them the way. So let's talk about the 4 stages of scaling. And this is so true, and identify which one you're on. Stage 1, you learn and earn. I got 10 grand here. I didn't make any money for 3 or 4 months, and then I made 20 grand. When I say 100 grand a month, it is a law of averages. It's not 100, 100, 100, 100. I wish it was that perfect. In fact, in your first 2 years, you're going to be so all over the board, you're going to question everything you do. You have to just stick with the process. If you stick with the process and you stick with the fundamentals. Guys, why do you think we teach you how to do government lists when you start out? Number one, I don't want you to go broke. Number two, I want to find out if you can cut your teeth and you have the moxie to get through this. Most people don't. It's the truth. So why spend 10 grand on direct mail? Why spend this? I'm going to go get, here's my favorite. I'm going to go get 4 cold callers. I go, you ever cold called in your life? He goes, no. I go, dude, you're going to get killed. I did this. I went through like 50 grand. And I told Zach, I go, I don't know how to cold call. I've been doing this a long time. I'm an idiot. He goes, let me take a crack at it, Dad. I go, knock yourself out. Show me the money is what I said. I go, I give you no rules, just don't give me a lot of expenses. I go, I get, a couple grand figured out. And he went out, figured out. You know what he did? Did he hire 4 cold callers? Did he hire 1? No, he picked up the phone and just started dialing. That's it. Wolf of Wall Street, just pick up the phone and dial. Can't pay your rent? Pick up the phone and dial. Your girlfriend breaking up with you? Pick up the phone and dial. It's not complicated. It's really a Jordan Belfort. It's like, stop looking for everybody else to do it. No one's coming to save you in this business. People always looking at me like, I don't know what I'm like. I'm frustrated. I'm not getting it done. What did you do today? I go, I've heard 3 excuses. What'd you do yesterday? What'd you do the day before? There's a lot of you guys, I say, listen, when you get frustrated, I go, where's your marketing worksheet? You're like, I haven't really got around to it. I go, okay, well, let me know when you get to it. I can't get inside your head. Zach can't get inside your head. Those of you guys that say, hey, write a note, let me talk to you, like, I'm just trying to give you a clear, direct message. Number 1, I care. Number 2, everyone has a unique problem. You're not alone with it, but I can't help you if you're not going to do the work. So stage 1, 10 grand, a lot of you there, and you need to get going. Stage 2 is you're really grinding away. Now you're working on systems, you're making regular cold calls, maybe you're doing some direct mail, 25 grand a month. Remember, I made 0 this month, I made 50 this month. You have to look at the averages. So many people think it's like a dead set number. Do you guys think you do 3 to 5 deals at, like, it's not a set number? Nathan, is it all over the board when you do it?
Oh yeah, some months are 2.
It's averages, and nobody talks about the averages when you do it. So this is the grind stage. It hurts, it's painful. Most of the time you're doing all this by yourself, period. That's it. You've got to cut your teeth. Think about you going on Shark Tank with Mark Cuban, and he's going to roast you when you get up there. Go, how to make 100K a month? They go, I don't know, did you make any money yet? Anybody can spend money. That's the easy part. You go in way over your debt. Our banks make it super easy with credit cards, everything else. I'm not talking about that. And by the way, that's a little hint on the guru. When they tell you to pull out your credit card for a bit, or how to raise your limit, they were doing back in the early 2000s. I'm like, what do you mean raise my limit? What the hell am I going to do that for? Because then you can pay me, and then I'm going to get 30 days, and after that, I don't care about you. It's just the truth of it. Stage 3, 40K a month. This is when you start mixing in. You've stepped it up. This is this is where you have to do some sort of scaling. You cannot, there just comes a point, and I did one deal where I did 12 or 13 deals. And the problem at this stage, if you can technically do it yourself, but you're not going to make it because you're going to burn out. And then you know what you're going to do? You're going to take a sabbatical, or you're going to take a long cruise, and you're going to come back to hell. And I did this over and over. I'm like, if you have to take such a break from wholesaling, you just need to get help. The problem is you all want to hire 5 people right off the bat. You just need 1 person to help. And we start from the bottom, work your way up. You do not want to replace yourself first. Nathan talks about replacing yourself. You have to build from the bottom and work your way up. It is not an overnight process. Corey's going to talk a little bit later. He went from doing no deals, working a regular blue-collar job, and now he's complaining over here. He goes, dude, my phones are blowing up. I can't process the leads fast enough, trying to close deals, and we're trying to get him help and replacements. It is not an overnight process. You've got to have people that are going to help you out. In stage 4, this is when you've set a system, you've got people working with you. This is not an overnight process, guys. I went on probably a 7-year journey to do this, all over the board, and I admitted to myself, I can't do everything myself. And sometimes it takes a young person to go, listen, you just need some help. And that's why most of you are here today. Hey, listen, I need help How can I get this done? It doesn't matter where you are in this stage, just to understand, if you truly want to have abundance and freedom, you can do this. I can walk away and do this, and our business runs like a well-oiled machine. It doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. I'm over here approving contracts, talking to staff, employees, and they understand like what I'm doing, and they know we're trying to get a message out. And everybody I work with, they completely buy into what we do. I don't make anybody work for me. You ever hear that? You ever hear someone go, I need a rock star? Someone did this, they did the acquisition for, you ever heard the, I need a rock star? Dude, the last thing you want to do is hire a rock star. You ever hired that superstar that have like, I'm not ragging on like a LeBron James, but like, he lets you know when the coach is going to get fired, he lets you know he's going to play, who's going to be on the team. And we've had that type of acquisitions, man. They're a pain in the ass, they're a nightmare. And then eventually they come back to you and go, I want a piece of the company. I'm like, dude, you got 3 appointments today, go. Suddenly now you're like, you have not cut your teeth, you need to get it going, and you need to understand. The rock star, I just need someone to show up to work and do it. They're not gonna be perfect. I'm gonna let you on. In fact, when you do an acquisition manager, they do about 50 to 60% of what you do. It's pretty amazing. Remember, you need steady, regular employees. You can use a wholesaler to help you, but it won't help you long run because they're eventually gonna go off and do what they need to do. So everybody understand the different process on that? So guys, you have to get uncomfortable. I'll do this hand over to you. Get uncomfortable because that whole process is uncomfortable. When you start it out, it's uncomfortable. Here's the secret, it never stops. And if you can commit to that, what I love about wholesaling is it opens up so many doors to change your life, to do things, to make things so accessible. Because once you understand I can control my business, I get freedom of my time, and I get abundance, then you can start working. You can start going to yoga, but it's painful. I'm gonna warn you up front. And then they have this thing called hot yoga. I don't understand. I'm the guy sitting in the door before you go in, and I'm at the door crack because it's so damn hot in there. I'm looking at my wife, I go, why is it so hot in here? She goes, it makes you stretch. And then I sweat a lot. And then the girls start screaming, shut the door. I go, it's hot in here. I'm sitting here 10 minutes. I'm gonna sit in the air seat until I have to. And I say, like, it makes me wildly uncomfortable because I can't touch my toes, I fully admit it. This kid just touches down, my daughter touches down, and like I'm the only person in the family can't do it, I used to. So you have to get uncomfortable. Think about like if things are uncomfortable, that's how you have to do it. So who wants to scale to 100K a month? It is completely doable, but it's not an overnight success. So many gurus, so many people on TikTok, I make 100K a month. Show me you do it. Show me you do it. Don't show me your car. Don't show me your piece of real estate, and please don't show me your office. If you're talking, like, let's see what you do. How many people are you JVing? How many people you're working with? You can't do these kind of numbers on your own. Oh, and do you have a 20K coaching program? A lot of people say they make millions of dollars. The reality is you guys give them millions of dollars. And like, that to me is completely discredited. In fact, I will tell you, most people have an office that are shooting online content. You are the product, sorry. You are it. You are the ones. Most of them, 80 to 90% of their income comes from coaching dollars. That's why they do it. How do you think you put on a giant event, have thousands of people in the room? Who do you think pays for that? You guys do. You're paying for a show. Do you think in 1,500 people you can go around and sit and talk to everybody? Me and Zach are gonna try to find a way to do it. I don't know how to do it, but you guys are gonna help me figure it out. To me, it's ridiculous. Do you see a jacket on here? Dude, I wore a suit for 12 years. I hated every minute of it. I will do one to we went to a high-end family function. I refused to wear a tie, so I wore a bow tie. Like, how do you pull a bow tie off? I'm just different. I don't know what to tell you. Because you draw a lot of attention doing a bow tie, and then my daughter, full disclosure, had to help me tie it. Because I had to go on YouTube for like 30 minutes to figure it out. So if I can learn how to tie a bow tie, I can show you how to do wholesaling. But I couldn't see it with the mirror because everything's reversed. It's absolutely crazy. So it's really not that scary. And honestly, if you do it the Ginn way, not the Guru way, you actually make success. Here's the difference is, I'm gonna tell you it's hard. You have to be consistent and you gotta get wildly uncomfortable. A guru will tell you, you can do it overnight. I'll get you there in 90 days. I'll get you there in 30 days. Come on, guys. I always tell you, if I was a marathon runner, you know, on average, it takes at least 2.5 to 3 hours if you're good to run a marathon. If I sold you a book on how to cut your marathon time in half, You think a marathon runner would buy it? They know that's stupidity. That's ridiculous. And I don't know why we accept it in wholesaling, but that's what you guys are going to go, let me show you how to make $1 million in wholesaling. Unless you can take down one deal for $1 million, I just don't know how they're going to do it that quick. And that's the problem with it. So we're going to walk through the 4 stages. Zach's going to help me walk through it. We're going to show you how to use them, how to process it. And you are going to have to get uncomfortable. There's no way. I'm telling you the truth. You do not hear this in any other pitches because it is the truth. And that if you ever get uncomfortable with something, it just means, listen, change is coming, and you got to decide, is it for the best or the worst? You have to make a decision. And it's not always the right decision, and that's how it works out. So, Zach, you want to come up and walk them through the organization? So Zach helps me out with all the processes, and we're going to walk you through it because he goes through it a little bit quicker than I do. Here.
Oh, man.
All righty. Let's give a hand for Rick Ginn right there. Yeah! That's 22 years condensed right there into that. So let's talk about a wholesaling organization once you have it all scaled up, ready to go. Now, your wholesaling organization doesn't have to be crazy, okay? I'm telling you it's going to be 5, 10 employees max. Now, it's very contrary to what you hear, but I am not the guy that is going to tell you to run 300 employees deep, have this huge operation, massive office. That's just not who I am. I'm here to make millions of dollars, but I'm not here to kill myself in the process. Now, a lot of people have this thought in their head that they're going to make all this money wholesaling, then they create an office. Here's the problem. You escaped your job, right? You escaped the matrix. You escaped the job, making 40 grand a year or something like that. But then you're by yourself. You're happier than ever. You create your own schedule. You're, oh yeah, let's get it. And then you make the office. You show up at work. You leave. You wake up at like 6:30. You get breakfast. Say hi to the kids. You drive to your office. You leave at 6. You're there Monday to Friday. Now you just created a new job. Yeah, you're the boss. You have your own office. But you're back in the office. Like you're back into what you escaped from. And yeah, you're making more money, but that's just a higher job, and there's more stress, and you got to pay the bills. And so what we like to do is a little bit of a mix. As you know, I'm in Dallas right now, and I'm not at home. And I'm making the same amount of money. I'm not stressed. I don't have to be in the office telling people what to do all day. It's no office, no crazy fancy things. Just keep it to the operations. I see a lot of people do this. They think it's hyped up, it's cool. They're on the skyscraper. It's not it. So lean and simple, 100K a month. That's it. There's no gimmicks, no games. You have to be, if you want to have a lean operation, you need to be able to be easier, smoother, and get it going. So let's talk about this. So at the multiple millions, you can start going crazy. And now I know a lot of people that are at 12, 14, 15 million. That's a point where you need your people in-house, right? You got to have your in-house cash buyer person, your dispositions person. You need to have a marketing person, like you have marketing people going through everything. Yeah, there can be a point where you need to do that, but for most people, not really. I've tried them all. We've had the offices. We haven't had the offices. The point I learned the most was when I had my acquisitions guy just hanging out the office. I'm like, what are you doing here? You got to be on appointments. And I realized the acquisitions person should never be at the office. And so let's kind of go over when you start scaling, you're making money, the order of hiring. This is not an order of you got to do all of them all at once, but these are with stages. And so this isn't all at once, but this is a stage. So once you start making some money, maybe stage 2, 3, we go to number 1. We start with marketing. That is the least income producing strategy you're going to have, right? Like you cold calling, you answering texts all day, that's not where it's at. That's not where the real cash is coming on the business. That's the one you can delegate the most. Now, if cold callers do a lot of cold calling for you, the only thing on marketing I never really have taken off is kind of pulling the direct mail list and ordering it. Me and Rick are kind of crazy about that. We hold that still clinched in our local market because there's no point. There's seriously no point of that. So for most of them, inbound marketing. Now, next 2 is going to be lead pollers, data managers. It's controversial, but I think you should get marketing people for your data managers. The point here is, once you start managing data, once you start having people actually pulling government lists for you, things like that, you should be at a point where those government lists are making you a lot of money. If If you're not doing any deals, you still got to be doing it yourself. Now, third is a lead manager, not an acquisitions person, but a lead manager. Now, we're going to talk more about what each one of these people are, what I pay them, but really a lead manager is going to be somebody who's calling on the follow-ups for you, seeing how these people are doing. Hey, you're still looking to sell. At this point, when you're hiring a lead manager, you're at the point where you can't follow up enough. You have way too many follow-ups. You have way too many leads in your CRM. Way too much. And I know it seems like you're not at that point, but once you get to that point, you'll understand that I'm on appointments all day. I can't be out here calling every single lead. You can't trust these people. That's a good point we're at. These can be overseas too. Now 4 is the most painful one for me. This is the acquisitions manager. This is the one that hurts the most. And this is the one that's the hardest to do. And people still aren't at this point. This is trusting someone to actually go out here and close your own deals. Oh, if you're making some money now and you hear that you're the guy closing for your family, oh, I don't want to do that. No, I got to close. There's a foolproof way I figured out on how to do this because I'm a control freak too. And I was able to relinquish some control. 5 is second acquisition manager. Yeah, think about that for a second. Your number 1 acquisition manager is going on so many appointments that you need a second one. Do we need a dispositions person? Do we need some no. Okay, do I need an assistant? No. Second acquisitions manager. At this point, you need to do this. And why? Because when acquisitions manager 1 decides, you know what? I'm going to start wholesaling. Oh, I got a lot of that. Oh, I love it. You know what? It's kind of like Nate when he worked at New Western. He's like, oh, you made, what do you say? He said he made 60 and the team made 400. I'm leaving. I'm doing my own thing. Now, Nate's the exception to the rule, but I've had acquisitions managers say, I'm going to wholesale. Go ahead. Now they're working bartenders or they're doing their own thing. And once you leave, you're burned. I'm done. So that's always the funniest part. Once the person thinks that they're good enough, yeah, I'm producing 200K a year for you, and I'm only getting paid 50, and they go, right? And so we don't really have that problem because we pay our acquisitions people really well. Kind of hurts to do, but you need to. And then we have our second acquisitions manager, and then at that point, you can get a dispositions person. With the way the market is, it is still getting harder and harder with the cash buyers, and you still need to really have that personal connection. And disposition still at this point is something you need to be handling. And that's kind of the last order of hiring you need to have. So here's a question, how much do I pay my employees? You will not see this anywhere on the internet because nobody talks about it. I don't know why. It's like a big secret. How much do you pay your employees, Zach? That's a secret. So let's talk about our marketers. This is the most variable one. So we'll go anywhere between $3 an hour I hear $10 an hour. There's a variable to this. I'll say 5 to 7 is where you really need to be. And data, I found people from India are probably the best with data, like pulling lists, analyzing lists, things like that. Most of them are very educated and very, very smart. Now, I've had people from the Philippines do this. It's not as good. I like people from India doing it. The communication is a little harder, but it works out pretty well. So we'll pay about $5, $7 an hour. Now, I put $50 per appointment. It depends on the marketing. So if their pulling list is different, but if they are cold calling for me or texting, $50 per appointment. Not crazy. I get a lot of appointments, not bad. Now, $100 per deal. I know that seems low, but once I'm paying $7 an hour, I can afford to do that. Now, in my business, these people are getting a lot of deals, so I can afford to do this. If you're paying them $3 an hour, you kind of have to up these numbers a little more. I know people do 75 per appointment or 200 a deal. We feed them so they can get it, and I like paying them nice. Now, I've had a nice conversation with people about this before, but like, what's the difference? $5 an hour, you're gonna get someone from the Philippines, probably have multiple cold callers they're working for, and multiple wholesalers. Now, I don't know if we have enough time to talk about, I can do a full 3 hours on this, a good versus bad VA cold caller. But what I could tell you is, if your cold caller has children, huge plus. Number 2, if they're willing to work nights, obviously, and they have something to look forward to or work forward to, right? A lot of people look at VAs as robots. These are real people, okay? I'm telling you, Joel, are people in the Philippines real? They're very real. So a lot of people treat them like little robots, like, you do this and you would do it now. Not, how are you today? Or, how are your kids? What's your kid's name? Do you have any dogs or cat? These are real people. People treat them like robots because you can't see them. They're real people. Treat them as employees. They are employees. Now, $5 an hour, Philippines. This is a controversial statement, and I will say it in the nicest way possible. With sellers, not with me, but with sellers. Somebody with a Filipino accent will have a less success getting through with a seller than somebody with a Spanish accent. I'm in Florida. I think nothing if somebody has a Spanish accent. I don't even think about it, because everyone does. I think 40% of everyone in Miami 60% of everyone in Miami was born outside the United States. It's crazy. So it's big. In Texas, a lot of people with Spanish accent, you don't really think about it, right? So if I hire someone maybe for $7, $8 an hour in Costa Rica, Mexico, Argentina, I've seen some in Bolivia, right? Spanish accent gets through sellers a lot better. Nobody thinks about it. And I'll tell anyone here, if you speak Spanish and they have an accent, if you can communicate them in Spanish, communication, way better. If you can really communicate with the VA in their native tongue, it's amazing, right? So if you can speak Spanish, I would say go Spanish cold call. It's more expensive, but it's way more worth it. On top of this too, my top tier VAs now are gonna be $8 an hour, and they're from Egypt. I know it sounds weird, but I have a lot of friends that are Muslim, and their parents were born outside the United States, and they have like an Arabic accent. Arabic and Persian accents, you can't tell. I don't know how to explain it, but the accent, it doesn't register in a lot of people's minds. So it's not thick, and you don't even think of anything of it, and the cold callers come through way easier. And Egypt has 60 million people. It's a huge country, and they're all really educated, and the time zones are a lot better, I promise you, than anywhere in the Philippines. And so I found Egypt to be really good too, and these are great people. Now, this is on an average $25,000 assignment fee. This is local market stuff. We're getting the whole virtual scaling type thing. That's a different animal to talk about. But in person, on a $25,000 average assignment fee, you can reduce it if you want, but I'd say stick to 5 to 7. Don't be, oh, I got a $2 an hour VA. No. Okay, 5 to 7 is the sweet spot. Premium's 8, but it's worth it. Did I mention here to get your buddy for $17 an hour? No, that's not worth it. That's kind of the best economies of scale. Now, let's go here and talk about lead pullers and data managers. Depends how you get the data. Once you start scaling up, a lot of you guys will start getting away from government lists and just start doing general high equity if you have a smaller market than me or like me. So you don't really need some of these people, but about $7 an hour is the best, and that's just what you pay. I don't really commission a data puller. $7, $8 an hour, that's a premium on top of what they're usually 5, I give them 7, and they know my stuff. They'll pull the probates, code violations, all these things. Sometimes I can't cold call them. That's the best way to pay the data managers. Now, lead managers, this is kind of on the acquisition side. This is harder. You can have an accent on this if you let the lead manager know, hey, I'm working with Zach, I work for them. If you let them know that hey, they're kind of like an assistant, just checking, hey, this is Divi. That was the one that's an old one we had. I'm not going to do our current ones, but Divi, work with Rick here. We're just seeing what's going on with the property. They obviously had an accent on it, but the lead manager can set appointments. I don't like that. I give it because we have our acquisition managers, let them deal with it. But you can say, hey, this is Ed. We're calling with Zach. I know you were talking to him about the property. Just seeing if you're still looking to sell it. They have their script, and they just kind of call on that, manage the leads. $10 an hour. High-level people. You want people that are actually willing to work. $10 an hour, they start showing up, and if you're at the point where you have so many leads, you should be making enough money to pay $10 an hour for someone like this. And they'd be talking to leads all day, every day. $150 a deal is pretty good. That's a very, very good pay. And this can stop most people from getting an acquisitions manager for there is a certain point, but most people are they're stuck. It's no acquisitions manager and then having an acquisitions manager, and it's a hard leap. Sometimes that middle is just having that lead manager do it. You have a question?
Yeah. Have you guys ever tried merging, the lead manager with acquisitions just to see how that plays out?
No. So how acquisitions work is with marketing, how it's cohesive, like I've always done. Once they say, I'm looking to sell my house, no more. You go to acquisitions. So acquisitions only deals with people that want to sell their house. Lead managers get kind of put in that purgatory of people that come back in 4 months or 3 months. Go ahead.
For you, is this an in-office person or this is also
Virtual.
lead manager?
Virtual. No office, man.
So your acquisitions manager is talking to people that are also not fully qualified. So your lead manager is not per se qualified.
Yes, because acquisitions people need to get hot speed. Like I didn't even go in the house today. Just remember, it's competition, man. And so these guys are people in like purgatory, you know.
Because right now I'm still handling the lead manager and acquisitions, but I'm, the one-man shop, right? So I'm
It's hard.
essentially split up the.
This is kind of the baby step before you go acquisitions manager, because once you go acquisitions manager, you're all in. And people don't understand there's the right way to do it. Once you do it, we'll talk about that. $150 a deal, $25K. We pay them well because I'm stopping an acquisition, and I'm going to tell you why I try at all costs to stop that. You get the acquisition manager when you have to, all right? It's like I can't go on enough appointments. At this point, you shouldn't be there. So let's talk about my favorite, acquisitions manager. Yeah, of course.
Okay, when you say the 25K assignment fee, that's for the lead manager?
No, that's just showing what I pay them on the average assignment fee, right? So if I'm making 50K average, I'll probably bump it up more. But like on an average, this is wholesaling, okay? And it's like if I'm gonna wholesale it, I'm still gonna pay them that, and I'm just gonna flip it. And my average 25, I'll probably make 45 on just a wholesale. I'll get the whole wholesale series later. But acquisitions manager. Now again, this is the point. 15% of it. Ooh, that's a lot. I'll tell you this. This is personal experience. Once you get at 10, they leave. Once you get at 5, they leave. At 15, they stay. It's the 20 is too much. 25 is way too much. But at 15, if you have steady lead flow, they stay. It's good enough for them to stay, and they get comfortable enough, but it's not too much, you know. But this 15 hurts. Oh, that hurts. Especially when you're used to making $500,000 a year, and you got to give that up. It's tough. But the goal is our acquisitions managers to be six-figure earners. Because you look at this, your acquisitions guy can go do car sales, solar sales, once they're at above 100K, they're pretty comfortable. They don't want to move to another industry, because a good sales guy can make 100K, but they don't really want to move if they have a good one. And they have ways to scale up for here, right? And that's the point. Now, acquisitions manager, when I educate people, I tell you everything, and I'm nice, and I'll answer anything you want. When my acquisitions manager asks me, what list are we pulling? What kind of scripts do you use? Marketing things. How do you find cash buyers? I gaslight them. I'm toxic. Close sellers. It's your job. Don't worry about that. Because I found acquisition managers trying to do this, and they're not smart enough to go to wholesaling.com. It's kind of funny. They know it, but it's bad because they go to wholesaling.com and kind of learn how to do it. But I have a lot of acquisition managers leave and they go. But you want to find with acquisition managers, this is really important. You want to find employees. You don't want to find entrepreneurs. Does anyone know the difference between an employee and an entrepreneur? You guys are entrepreneurs, okay? So you might not understand some of your employees too, but like you're turning an entrepreneur. Employees want their money, their kids, their 2 weeks vacation. They want the comfort. And when you give them plenty of leads, they're comfortable. You don't want them wanting too much. And I know it sounds crazy, but you don't want them saying, I want to make $1 million with you. That you're too ambitious. You're going to leave me and do your own thing. Go ahead.
So you make them actual employees, not that you...
Oh, we'll get to this. They're employees. They get benefits and all because they're employees. Huh? I don't really do non-competes with them because it's kind of said that if you steal a deal from our company, we're going to sue you. And we have plenty of memorandums and things out that once our employee leaves, we'll put a memorandum on all of our deals that we know that they've touched. Not because we're jerks with the seller, but we just need to protect ourselves. Go ahead.
So I know you hire the acquisitions manager when you have too many deals for yourself. So does that mean that you're still going on like half the appointments because if there's too many deals?
So I'll show you.
There's probably too many deals.
So acquisitions manager's like, man, I used to be at this point. I'd wake up at 8 a.m., get in my car, appointment, pee break at 7-Eleven, appointment, home at 6. And I'm like, I can't follow up with my new leads. And I have a skill where I used to have this fat F-150 truck, and I was at the skill where I one hand on a truck, and I had my speaker like this talking to sellers, because I was doing inbound wide driving to appointments. It's stressful, but I'm a king of one-handed driving, because that's all I did. And I was at a point where, when I told the guys, I used to work 15 hours a day, that's all I did. Like, it was bad. It was stressful, man. But I was making a lot of money. I was 20, so I didn't really care. But like, I was able to do that because, first of all, I was 20 years old. I had no wife, I had no kids, I was able to do it. Like, I had no problem in life. And so let's talk about the W-2 thing. Everyone gets stressed out like, you're gonna be W-2. Let's really look at the cost of a W-2. Number one, health insurance. Oh no, health insurance is going to be, if you have them, here's the trick. You have them go in the marketplace and find one with their insurance agent. I got plenty of people that help with that. And roughly they're gonna pay, if they're not a smoker, probably $350 months their deductible. No, sorry, $350 months their premium, and then their deductible can be up to, I like to cap it like $6,000. And most people hit half of that. So it's really $6,000. But guess what? Zach gives me health insurance, I can't leave, right? Because just be honest, Luca, you probably, before today, I'm not, you're $10.99. You know how many people are like, oh, my buddies, this guy offered me a better job. This guy offered me a better job. I'm going over here. Oh, we got health insurance. Most people don't want to leave and get into wholesaling because they got their health insurance. Health insurance it's $6,000. At the end of the day, it's $6,000. Just pay for it. Like, it's $6,000. Most people pay for your acquisition guy's gas. It's $6,000. And once you're at the point is you don't hire these people until you're making good money. $6,000, it sucks, but you got to do that. And then the part no one wants to talk about is paying the Social Security. It's going to be 7.55%, right? It's 15.6 divided by 2. You got to pay that too. So it's roughly 7.5% of what you pay them on top of, unfortunately, that's $6,000. Now, that roughly comes around 22% of total if you really want to mentally do it. It's better to pay them 50% of the deal than 22% and they have to do it themselves because now they're comfortable with you. That's the goal. That's an acquisition manager. Do whatever you want to do it. Now, on top of this too, because of this, 15%, a lot of people do 10. The point of why I'm doing this is because the cost of hiring another acquisitions person is the most painful thing you'll ever handle in your life when it comes to scaling. They suck all your time and you're still doing your regular work, except they're sucking 10, 15 extra hours a week from you. It's the most exhaustive process to train an acquisitions person. And to have an acquisitions person leave, guess what happens? Then you're back in that 8 to 6 thing and you're just driving all day once they leave. It sucks. And so that's kind of the problem here. On top of this too, what we pay them is a draw. Now, this is because we get leads every single month and we do deals. Why do we do a draw? It makes them feel comfortable in their mind. We've really never done, I think Rick can agree to us, I don't think we've ever done a direct mail campaign where he didn't get a deal, right? An ROS. Except for the first one that was green.
What you gotta understand is you always don't get it that month. It's a law of averages.
But every single time, if we dropped at least 20, we'd always produce at least 60 or 70 in direct mail. All day, it's about a 5X, at minimum 10X if it's good. And so we'll pay the first of the month $4,000 to our acquisitions person. Now it's called a draw, which means once they get $4,000 in commissions for the month, I don't pay them because I already paid them on the first. They get that check every single month, it's a salary. And that's kind of the point here. And so they get comfortable, they get used to it. Most people aren't willing to pony that up, but once you're doing deals, just do it. I promise you. But this is after your lead manager. You already have a lead manager and you're able to just keep pushing it more. It's expensive, but it's worth it. Turnover is really bad. No one talks about it. Yes, Achilles?
This is going to be the same thing with virtual.
Virtual's a little different because this is going to be it's literally in-house. Like they come to my house and we train. That's why I call it in-house, because it's in my house. But that's kind of the problem. Like that's the only employee I physically see a lot and I talk to every single day. Or at least you have some Slack, you have a Podio, you have some texting type system. But this is how you get away with 5 to 10 employees, not the crazy office or anything like that. Now, training acquisitions managers. I have a crazy system, but I make sure my acquisitions people are good. You don't want to train them or talk to them and then throw them out to the wolves. What you want to do is what we call a 3-3-3 approach. Talk about this for a little bit, but this is my approach for every single acquisitions manager, so I know that they can close deals for me. Because if I'm giving them good leads and they can't close them, I'm not doing it. So what we do is we have the acquisitions person. They'll come to me. They'll go in the car with me. We'll talk in the car what we're going to do on the appointment. And they don't say a word. They're silent. And it's weird. The last acquisitions guy, he was like 48 with a beard, like gray beard. And I'm showing up like young. And the person shows up and they think, I'm the son. This is dad. And I tell him, he's shutting up. He doesn't say a word. I'm like, how's it going? This is Zach. Here to talk to you. Like, what? What do you mean? Yeah, no, I'm talking to you. This is Josh. Oh, hi, Josh. And it's funny. He doesn't say a word. And I'm like super articulate with the seller. We're doing it. And so what I do is I have the acquisitions come with me on 3 appointments where they watch me close $25,000 at minimum in person. One secret I do is I'll do this. If I have like a shirt, not like this as a button, sometimes I'll put like my phone like this, and then I'll have voice memo on and click it, and just have it kind of like right here. And it works well. And so when I close it, it's recorded, and close it. So if you go to the Flipbook Plus, I think it's called the Never Before Seen Live recordings of me closing or something. It's going to be because it was like I was with an acquisitions person, and that was the recording of it. And so they'll come watch me close 3 deals. They'll see me go into the car once we agree on price, come out with my bag, and I have the contract, and we go over and I talk. I go over object. We do 3. Wow, Zach's really good. The reason I do this is an authority thing. I've had this problem in the past when I was 20 years old. I've had acquisitions people not think of me as an authority. They see Rick, and he's the boss. We're 50-50 partners. And they learn, oh, Zach's actually the guy closing the deals. Not because he can't close deals, just because that's what I'm handling. And so I have to do that. Unfortunately, we've tried to bring acquisitions. We tried showing acquisitions people wholesaling.com, and they just got confused and they didn't want to deal with it, right? So that didn't work either. So I have actually my own acquisitions training like videos. I just give them in like a little drive. But basically, the next part is the 3, and the next 3 is called I have acquisitions help me close the deal. So we'll have them kind of talk, build some rapport, but I'm still closing it. But they're kind of getting used to the rapport building. They get more comfortable of it, right? And so we'll do 50-50, right? We'll talk half, I'll talk half. Maybe the one he'll give the offer, but he gets more kind of in the process. We're tag teaming it. Then at the end, I'm the silent guy, and we let the acquisitions person close it 3 in front of me. Like I have to see him close it, 25 grand, produce 75 grand. At that point, he's gone through the gauntlet. And when you're at the point where you're doing, 4 deals a month, that's gonna take a couple months to do it. It sucks. You have to pay the draw, and you have to pay them fully on this. I pay half on the first 3, but fully on the other half, and it sucks. It's a big time suck. But once you get them through that gauntlet, you can trust them on the appointment. I don't have to deal with them anymore. I'm still talking to them every week and make sure everything's going well, but like, you're good to go. You can look at the Podio, you see he's going on these appointments, you're good to go. He'll call you at the end of the day, tell you how they go, you're good to go. And so, yeah, 15, I like 25, but you can do that. So that's called the 3-3-3 approach. It's tough, it's a gauntlet. Zach, you might think of me as this big shot, I'm still doing this because with my local guys, because who else is gonna train them how to do this? Come on.
So this has to be just local?
This is for local, yes. For most people, you're going to see that. For virtual, it's not going to work as well. I'm just, when we talk scaling, like you should start, now once you're at virtual and you can scale well, we're going to have a different conversation because it is a little different. Go ahead.
I know it depends on, I guess, your operations volume and success on like closing rate, but roughly,
Yeah.
I think you said 2 months. How long does a 3-3-3 approach training show? How long should it take?
Should probably be 2 months. Yeah. You don't want to do it in a week, right? That's way too much. But like if you're at a guy going 3 appointments, like for 2 days, you do 6. I don't want to do that, And so you want to make it a couple months. There's still a training process. They got to get used to the systems, and they just listen to recordings all the time. And they come up. We just do role plays all the time. Then I have Rick do a role play. Rick's too nice on role plays, but that's how we do it. So 3-3-3 approach. It's rough, but it works, and it's just Yeah, it's the way we do it. I can't tell you it's this way or that way or this is the right way. Might be a better way for you. That's just how we do it. Now, dispositions manager, I got beef with this. This is probably the last person you should have, unfortunately. But they get about 10% of the deal. Oh, that hurts. These people are 1099. Go leave. I don't really care. At this point, I look at a dispositions manager as a glorified realtor at this point, because that's kind of what they are. They're just selling the deal. Now, unless you're at 100K a month, you really don't have to be handling this, because calling your buyer is a connection you should have. And if you have good buyers, if you're at the point where you're making $500,000 a year, you should have good relationships with your buyers. You don't want to hand that off to somebody else, because that relationship kind of loses its luster, right? Because you don't talk about the kids, you don't talk about, what they like, oh, how the Steelers do this week. I know it sounds stupid, but that little bit of rapport you have that buyer that you already know, it's in there. And so most of it can be done by you, like I've said. I would say if you're at a point where you could have a cold caller VA. This is part of marketing, I guess. Just cold call cash sales, and they can kind of use my script, and I'll just pay them the regular $7, $8. I don't pay them per appointment because they're just finding buyers for me, and you're good to go. But most dispositions managers you should do yourself, because let's really talk about this with cash buyers. How many, unless you're like at a crazy system, how many legit, really, really, really good buyers is in a decent market? Like Corey, how many legit buyers, like number-wise, in your market that you have?
Like legit.
Not like blasting out, like on your, you can call them right now.
Call them, and if it works, they're taking it.
Yeah.
About 25.
But 20, like he doesn't need a dispositions manager for 25. Like he has on his phone, he can make the calls, and they know him well, right? And that's a smaller market, still a big deal. So if you double his market, you're at 50. You can handle 50, right? And so it's not. Now, once you talk about Houston, Dallas, you get into 200 or 300. You can still handle that, but let's just be real, like legit buyers. Go ahead.
The scary part of starting a dispo, and I guess that falls on me to train them properly, but I feel like every single deal that I can sell, I'm going to squeeze an extra 10, 15K out of that deal versus the person that I hired.
That's why I said most of it by yourself, because there is salesmanship in buyers.
$40,000 spread on it, and they have someone, you've hired this person doing 10% of the deal, and they have someone that's ready to go, and makes the deal a $28,000 fee. They're going to be all excited to sell that deal, but so I guess that's the disconnect in why I would want to handle dispo almost indefinitely.
Well, see, that part's a little different, because your acquisitions person is going to know pretty much to a T how much it should sell for. And he is coordinated with the dispo to be like, you're not selling that for 120, because he's getting a good percentage. He's like, we need to be at like 145. And then I look on the Podio of the contracts that are signed, because I still use Podio, it's still my favorite. And I'll see we're not gonna have 1,000 signed contracts going on in local market, right? Maybe it's 15, 20 that's currently signed pending to go to somewhere else, right? It's like, I still can look at them, and then I can make my own notes and say, this thing, 145 is too greedy, this range, right? So I'm still crazy control freak. You don't have to relinquish control. You can still put in the notes what you want. And so I don't think I have it here with my Podio, but I'm still really stupid simple because I'm a caveman. But here's the point. I'm a left to right thinker, visual guy. And so I don't have it written up here, but basically left to right. We have basically leads, people that want to sell the property. We have our calendar, which shows our acquisitions person where they're going, their appointments. And then we have signed contracts that need to be done. And they all have they basically have statuses on them. If you're a signed contract, do we have a buyer? Are we looking for a buyer? Like, what's going on? Is the assignment signed? Do we have walkthroughs? What's going on? And then we can have basically closed deals, and then we kind of have campaigns on the right or on the left, wherever way you want to kind of put it, and then you go from there. Now, when I go to my Podio with a whole system like this, I'm weird. So what I want to do is, if I have my acquisition guy on the phone, what's his name? I can go to Podio, search it, and I say, what's going on with the lead? And basically leads can go anywhere from left to right. I have cold, and we have technically deads first, cold, warm, hot, offer made, and then basically follow up on the right. So there's like 17 ways you can put it, but is it a cold lead? Does it need a follow-up? Is it warm, hot, or is the person basically signed, right? Is it got to the next point? That's all you really need to know. And the point is, I can go to my acquisitions person and basically like, hey, we have like, 100 follow-ups. You can filter in Podio for follow-ups. You can filter on cold leads, dead leads, signed leads. You can just know, right? So I can go to my Podio on the day and figure out how many signed contracts we have, how many hot leads we have, how many warm leads we have, and then I can go on the calendar, because Podio has that calendar. And I know this is crazy, but once somebody actually wants to sell their property, I make my acquisitions person put notes on what happened. I know everyone's got this crazy, like, oh, we have a system where it records the conversation and AI does it and then it puts in the notes for us. I hate that crap. Put the notes. Tell me what the dog's name is. Tell me exactly who her favorite knitting system is. Does she like knitting? Does she not like? You just got to write it down. It works really, really well. And when the acquisitions person goes in an appointment, it doesn't work well, we're not recording that acquisitions appointment. They're going in the notes and putting what happened and what they like and stuff like that.
So about like the disposition manager, I think I don't know if you kind of noted on this or not, but like, do you ever like look at the deal and tell them like you're not allowed to assign it for less than this or something like that?
We have a range. Like, I'm never like that.
Yeah.
But like, don't be greedy and be like, oh, the first buyer. No, let's talk to multiple ones. Let's not screw this guy over and say we're not dealing with you. But like, I have a good range of where I want to be at.
Yeah.
Let's sell it for between 130, 160. Hey, let's get 180 if we can, right? But we got to see. So you got to go through that range. So let's go through the stages that me and Rick have personally been on, and we all have been on. So we're at a point now, but we want to get to the next point. So stage one. If you're a beginner, you're most likely at this stage. I call it learn and earn. So learn and earn, you're learning, you're earning, you're making money in wholesaling real estate. So point here is focus on your first 100K. That's what the last event, Escape the Matrix, is for, making your first $100,000 in wholesaling. Usually, if you do it right, 5 deals, maybe 7 or 8. This is the point, right? You're doing it by yourself. You're still learning the ins and outs, bless you, of the business. You're learning why some buyers buy, why some zip codes work. You're still learning the ins and outs of this business. You're making lots of mistakes. You're learning. You're failing, which is good. We all need to fail. You're getting your first heartbreak of a deal stolen, right? You're getting used to it, right? But really, you're learning on the job. It's hands-on experience, and a lot of people pay a stupid tax with that. Now, stage 2 is grind. This is really when you start getting some momentum. You don't need employees here, okay? You're working on what you're learning. You're still hopefully getting 1 deal a month. Consistency is coming in. You're learning more about just what's working. That's it. At stage 1, we're figuring out what works. Stage 2, we're doing more of what works. That's it. You add that one thing to your business that you haven't done before. For me personally, Bandit Signs, 100K, 100K, 100K. Let's add cold calling. Boom, 25K, because it just kind of doubled what was working. And then I had to learn what lists work, and that was a whole thing, right? And then I gained my skills. No one talks about this. My skills talking to sellers just jacked up. I usually make 2 massive, insane, big mistakes. This can be anywhere in a bad operation. I hired too fast. I tried getting too many VAs. That did not work well. I used bad skip tracing. I learned that you can't cheap out on skip tracing. And really at this point, right before you hire employees, you need to be elite at acquisitions. How can you hire an acquisitions person if you're not elite at acquisitions? You won't. You can't. It's impossible. So at this point, you become elite at acquisitions. You can't do that 3-3-3 approach if you can't close a seller. And the point here too, before you hire, this is stage 2, you get your KPIs in. You know exactly how many calls you have to make to get a deal. You have to do all these things. Now, remember in the beginning I talked about Mini-Me? Is Mini-Me as tall as the regular Dr. Evil? No, he's smaller. So you can't expect Mini-Me to do everything that the regular one can do. He knew some of it. He can look like him, but he's not going to do it all. And so we have this big problem where people hire a cold caller, and I know, okay, if I make 6,000 cold calls in a month, I get a deal. And then you say, guy from Egypt, make 6,000 cold calls and get me a deal. It don't work like that, okay? He didn't pay for anything. He's just an employee. He's probably going to have to do 8,000 or 9,000 calls to get a deal. That's fine. He's not going to be me. He's a mini-me. He's not me. So you have to kind of expect that starting out. Acquisitions person, at most. Does anyone know what percentage an elite acquisitions person is going to be compared to you? 70? 70%. Yeah, you watch too many of my videos. But yeah, 70%, that's the number. So if you expect to make 100 grand every single month and that acquisitions person's in your role, they'll make 70. They're gonna fail. They're not gonna close as good as you. They don't have the same buy-in as you. So they'll probably be 70% if they're the best. Now bad ones at 50, 60. At 60, I kind of keep them. Under 60, I don't like it. But you become a lead at acquisitions, and you understand your close rates, your percentages, right? So I mean, Luca's contact rate is going to be different than Dylan's contact rate. It's going to be different than Philip's. How many calls Sebastian gets to get a deal is going to be different. How many driving for dollars leads Zach needs to do. They're all different. They're different systems. Now at stage 3, we start the scaling, right? We go from employee by yourself to CEO or business owner. This is when we make that big change. So again, we go through the order of hiring. Our lowest ROT tasks to our highest. We're hiring because we don't have enough time. We're working too hard. So we don't care about ROI. We care about ROT, return on investments. ROT is return on time. So you want to go from working 40 hours to 30 hours. If I have a cold caller doing it, I save all this time and it makes my life a lot easier. Usually marketing. So 90% of the battle is getting a marketing person to do a lot of that for us. And here's the secret. Yeah, maybe you have a cold caller doing 60% of you. So let's do the math. Let's say you can make 100,000 cold calls in a year. And you have a guy from Egypt who's able to do 60,000 cold calls. Oh, my revenue's going down. Yeah, it will if you replace yourself. But if you have 2, they're able to do 120,000 cold calls in a year. Oh, see, that's the point. That's why Steve Jobs got Steve Wozniak to make the computers, because he was more efficient than him at it. Steve Jobs is a marketer. That's all he does. And that's why we have that's why they make Apple stuff in China, because there's a lot of people in China. They're pretty cheap, and that's what they do. They don't have a small percentage. It's easier to hire a bunch of people to make it than just doing it higher quality in-house in America. And so the point here is 2 people are going to beat 1. So you might be an elite UFC fighter, right? We talked about you with UFC, like UFC. Who's your favorite UFC guy? Conor McGregor? So if Conor McGregor's in this room, he'd whoop everyone's butt, right? But what if all of us attacked Conor McGregor? He's done. I don't care how good he is. If you say you don't know, if 60 people all jump on him, he's not going to win unless he runs away, right? And so the point is, numbers work. I don't care how good you are. There's a point where numbers work, And so yeah, maybe 60, he'll beat all 60. Let's do 1,000. He ain't going to win. Come on. And so that's the point. If you have overwhelming numbers, you can't lose. And so time works goes up and profits stay the same. What I mean by this is, at this point on stage 3, that's not comfortable, no one talks about this, but once you start hiring a cold caller, you're going to spend 5, 6, 7, 8 extra hours a week training your cold callers, checking on their KPIs and doing all this stuff. It sucks. With an acquisitions person, they're going on appointments with me and I'm training them. You're working harder and you're making the same. This part sucks. It's growing pains. It hurts, you're growing, you're like in puberty. Like this is like being a teen, right? Like your voice cracking. You're not at the point you want to be, but you're not a little kid anymore, but like you're a teen. It's weird, right? It's a weird point of being at. But this is kind of your teen stage. Then from there, at stage 3, this is when we prepare for launch. This is when we start with the big kahuna, the acquisitions manager. That's really the telltale sign once you start going to the scaling part. That's when you relinquish control to another person to close deals for you. Oh boy, it's scary. And so stage 4, I call this abundance. This is kind of when things start going well and you get to the stage, right? You're truly hands-off wholesaling process. We got people going on houses for me now, right? We have dispositions doing things, right? We got people doing stuff. I don't have to be here. It's another form of wealth. I call it time wealth, when you can just basically do whatever you want, whenever you want. You don't have to go on vacation. You can do whenever you want. You have the ability to expand to new marketing or virtual markets. This is really cool. Maybe I can start doing Columbia, South Carolina, Knoxville, stuff like this. It works really, really well. You can start wholetailing at this route. I think at stage 3, 2, you can even wholesale too. But you buy the house, flooring, paint, maybe some cosmetics, and you just put it back on the market. You start expanding even more. You get in creative finance. And the point here, at this point, even at point now, you should add to your net worth. You shouldn't be like revenue, let's pour back in the business. Start buying rentals, stocks, whatever it is to gain your net worth, that's an asset, that's what you want to start doing. I call it true FU money. Just do whatever you want, whenever you want. That's kind of the goal. And so that's stage 4. So on top of this too, how do we get to stage 4? Hey, I want to get there. It hurts. There's growing pains. But you got to get to stage 1 through 3 first. This is a marathon, not a sprint, as we say a lot, right? So marathon, not a sprint. So stage 4 is sexy and great, but there's a lot of pains there. What I'd say here is you need to make $10K a month, to $15K a month, to 20 to 30. I'd say 30K a month's really when you can stop being solo and start getting marketing people. I think anything before that's a little too much. You really need to learn how to, everything in the business. And so why can I talk about cash buyers? Because I've been through it. Why can I talk about acquisitions? Why can I talk about cold calling? The only cold calls I do is if I do like a live cold call anymore, right? Or when I do it with someone here. But why can I teach Alex how to cold call or help him out? Because I've done it, right? Don't be the guy that's never cold called that hires a cold caller. That's crazy. Now the hardest part, obviously, I keep saying is acquisitions, but it is. And then on top of that too, in Flipboard Plus, we have our employee training library because in my soul, I know how much it hurts to hire an acquisitions person and training them, and training a cold caller, training a list puller, and training all this. Oh, Lord, it's a lot of work. And so what I did was when I had my cold callers, I would sit down for me cold calling for 2 hours and record myself and show the person. I paid them $7 an hour to watch me cold call for 2 hours. Sounds like a waste of money, but that's what I did. And so what I did was I created videos, and this is for YouTube, really. I created videos, and I put on my private channel, and I put on like an unlisted video, and I just sent it to them, and they watched it, and then I put it on Google Drive, they watched it from there. It's pretty cool. And so what I did was I decided, hey, let me train your employees for you, not fully, but where you can go to Flipboard Plus, go to the course section, download the video, and then send it to your employee. So if you want to train a cold caller, you go to Flipboard Plus, download my cold caller VA, download that, send it to them, and they'll get trained on my training on how I cold call and what they should expect. I don't show them how much they're getting paid or anything like that, but I show them how to cold call, what to cold call. I show them recordings, things like that. It's all in there for Flipboard Plus, so just go in there, and it's pretty cool. I have that for acquisitions managers, everything like that. So again, the question is when to start hiring. I think once you start getting 5 appointments a week, that's when we go to lead manager, right? I mean, that's a lot. It's 1 a day. You might need a lead manager at this point. When you're getting multiple cold call or texting deals a month, it's like, oh, I'm getting a lot of cold calls. I'm doing this all solo. Start expanding this thing. Then when you can't reach enough high equity leads a month, and what I mean by this is, there gets to a point where, whoa, there's a lot of high equity leads to market to, and I can't do it. For example, if you're cold calling by yourself, even with a dialer, let's say 10,000 a month you're cold calling. If I go to Nashville, there's probably going to be 50,000 high equity leads. I can't call all that. You want to be at a point where you pull all the high equities, you use kind of our mailing mastery filters, you should be at 40,000. You want to call that many. Every high equity should be touched. Most people solo can't do that. And once you're at a point, you want to hit that. And then again, when you can comfortably add funds from deals into the business, what I mean by this is a lot of people have this problem, and I get it. I've been there, right? You're making 10K a month, and you got kids, you got a mortgage, expenses are like $7,000 a month. It's hard because you need that extra $3,000 just in case, right? Until you can, but if your expenses are 10K and you're making 20, then you can comfortably use some of those funds into employees. Because if it fails, it might fail. You're gonna definitely fail and have mistakes with VAs and employees and things like that. But don't go into debt, or don't like, you're making 10K a month, your expenses are 7, I'm gonna spend $5,000 in VA. Don't do that, okay? That's not the best one to do. And so, how do we train our employees? Again, Flipboard Plus training modules, but you wanna create mini-me's. Phillips, got a question?
Sorry.
Just stretching? All right. So again, how to train employees? Mini-me's. That's who you want. Not big me's, not the same as me's, mini-me's. That's the point. Have people do what you do. Don't expect them to do things that you can't do. Because if you can't do it, you can't train them to do it. I can only show you guys what I've done. I'm not going to sit here and say how to make $100 million a year in wholesaling. I don't want to do it, and I ain't doing it, and I ain't showing you how to do it because that's crazy. Okay, but I'm gonna show you what I do, and you gotta show your employees what to do. They're mini-me's, that's the point. Document what you do too. This is important. If you're going to appointments now, you don't wanna get caught with a seller recording them, but like if you have your phone right here, and you're not gonna pop it out, be careful. So I've had some situations where I'm recording it for acquisitions people, and I'm like, shoot, we're talking about Labradors and Labradoodles, and she's just showing her pit bull's here, and I'm petting it, it's a sweet pit bull, and I want to show a picture of, Rick's dog. I have to slide it on, turn off the voice memo, go into my photos and show them. You don't want to pop it up and show it because you will lose a deal doing that. It's risky, but stuff like that, I mean, that's acquisitions 101. Like they love dogs, you show them dogs. Simple as that. And then here's the last part, growing the net worth. I talk about this a lot. This is really important. Even if you're making 10K a month, if you can afford to, pour some money, okay? Just pour some money into things that will pay you every single month. I love rentals. Rentals can be an issue though. Okay, who here owns rental properties? Okay, Monica, is it a passive income? Do you sit on your butt and make money? It's extra work, right? It's every rental. If you have it running like butter, it's gonna be 3 hours a week, I'd say. And it's 0, 0, 0, and then it's 15. That's how it works. And so, yes, I'm not the guy to say buy 1 million rentals because it is a lot of work. And I'm not giving you financial advice or anything like that, but just understand that. If you're a solo guy and you decide to buy 10 rentals, it's gonna be extra work in your business, it's gonna hurt. And so, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying that there's multiple ways to invest. Don't get scammed. I see wholesalers talk about to buy crypto or Amazon stores or no, okay? What I personally found, and this is my opinion, there's three truly passive ways to make money if you don't want to add extra work. Number one, you can buy into a REIT, so the real estate investment trust. I see a lot of them go belly up though. Like you gotta get like a good one. Something on Wall Street. I know it's stupid, but it's like 7, 8%, right? Number two, you can buy like a T-bill or a money market, or 3, like a mutual fund, like S&P 500, something like that. And then rental properties 4, but that's not passive. Anything else, it can go pretty much array. I'm just being honest, okay? Don't use your Forex trading bot. And yeah, Luca.
If you look at an assignment fee as like a pie, and I guess you would look at two sides. You got in-house, and then you got your acquisitions, dispositions, and all that you're paying out. How much equity of your deal, I guess, usually is it?
40.
40%?
I'd say 40.
60% in-house.
60, 40. The average person's about 30. 25, 30, 60, and that's lean, dude. Like that's lean. Now, if I wanted to say, screw it, I'm doing it myself, I can be at 80, 90, right? I can be at 80, 90, but like,
More volume.
the volume makes it up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you decide to keep a deal, how do you determine how much you pay on the assignment fee out to your employees?
So it's just a reasonable one. And so when we JV with someone and they decide they want to keep the deal, we just get in it. Just a reasonable one. I don't go too crazy, but I still pay them well. And so if we can make 30 grand on an assignment fee, that I can get. And remember, if I'm buying a deal and I'm gonna own it myself, I'm still bringing it to buyers and they're giving me offers. That's one thing nobody talks about. So I actually know for a fact what I can make on it. And so then I'll just pay them an assignment fee on that. But actually, no, I don't pay them the assignment. It'd be, if it's a $30,000 one, 15% of it.
And do you pay that to a different LLC so that you can also get a loan for the assignment fee, or are you buying it cash?
So this is controversial. We buy cash.
Okay.
So this is just a mental thing for us. I don't want to be in debt for anything, and that's how I am. I'm the type of guy, if the world goes to crap tomorrow, I own cash, we're good to go. That whole debt thing, man, it can get very, very tricky, and we're not the biggest fans of it. So that's really kind of the passive. Is there any other passive way to make money except for those three? Like truly, like you can just set it up,
I
chill
think
out.
part of this is once you start to make money, it's your job to make the money work for you.
Yeah.
Anything I've invested I didn't understand, I've gotten killed. So I've learned the hard way. I mean a lot of money, guys. Sometimes you have to pass the snuff test. If the return sounds too high, it's usually inducing you to make an investment that's going to be bad. Your number one question is, how am I getting my capital back? And someone goes, you're giving me 35% return? They're doing that to dupe you into it. That's how most scams go. Once you get above double digits, you better know what you're doing because you can get into deep, deep trouble. How many people have between 15,000, 50,000 just sitting in an account right now? What are you doing with that money? Do you put it in CDs? What do you do? Over time, what do you do with it? Okay. And how much is it paying you? So we always talk about interest rates. There's a positive side of the interest rates. Do you know you guys can take that money, screw the banks. They're all screwing you. I'm sorry. Okay? They're offering like 1.5%. You can put it in T-bills. They make it a little bit complicated. You can use a Charles Schwab.
It's a money market.
It's like a money market.
Wait, there's a money market in Schwab.
Correct.
It's liquid.
You get 5.25. It's guaranteed by the government. It's not risky. It takes 24 hours to churn the money. I don't know why people buy CDs anymore. That's old school thinking. When you have an operating account, when you run these bigger businesses and you're doing it, make your money work for you. Know what you need for the month, have it ready to go, but 24 hours you can churn the money around. You got to do a lot of paperwork. Simple money market, 5.25. It looks like it might be going up, but 5.25 risk-free. I don't have to work. I don't have to do a damn thing. If you got a couple $100,000 sitting in there, it adds up over time. Take advantage of the interest rates. The rates are going to be up for a while, guys. What's the current rate of inflation? Anybody know? Roughly right now?
6.
We don't know what the true number, but the government tells you it's 3.5. It's about double that. So you've got to make your money work for you. If it just sits there and you're making no money, you're getting 1 or 2%, you're losing. Your net worth is going down. You have to pay attention. Only you can pay attention. It's up to you. It's a simple strategy you can do.
Exactly. And so I would say the best ROI we've always had on anything is just going to be a rental property. And you guys can look up online the benefits, taxes, stuff. But rentals still, if you know what you're doing, still the best one. But it is a job, so I don't push people who can't afford it because, just kind of like Jen and Yasmin know. You can get rentals, you're making great money on it, but you're going to be cash poor and equity rich. And so it's good for long term for them, it's great, but don't be doing it to make money for you guys.
Most people get in over their heads on rental, and they're some of our best customers. I used to be one of them. People get in rentals and it's not passive. I got to get rid of this, Rick. And that's what we do. And so if you take that strategy, you don't understand what you're getting into. It is serious work. People aren't nice to rental properties. Think about the hotel and the Airbnbs you guys are staying at. You got towels all over the place. It's crazy. And some people they don't care. It's not mine. I don't have to deal with it. And unfortunately, you have to have rules. You have to be very disciplined and consistent, or your rental will wind up looking. Anybody ever come back to the rental after a year and you're like, oh my God, I've done it. I'm done. And then you got to put 20, 30 grand in it. You're like, sell that damn thing. I don't even care what the number is. I've been a motivated seller. Just because I got busy with my business and I forgot about it. It's not passive. You have to work on it.
So, yeah, and then also in Full Bear Plus, we're working on basically a rental series on how we figure out tenants stuff. Like if you don't need to just say don't go in that because you'll get hurt. But we have some rules with tenants we figure out pretty well. And on top of that too, I don't want to lie, but we do have Airbnbs and they'll make 35%, but we know what we're doing and they're in the right. It's Florida. Florida's a little different. But yeah, that's it. So any questions on this before we get to the next part?
Yeah, exactly. What's the first thing you listed is T-bills, mutual funds, and real estate. Was it just investing?
A REIT.
What?
REIT, R-E-I-T. Okay. But some of those goes belly up. So I
go with the bigger ones.
I'm not the biggest. Yeah. I've seen them go belly up.
I just want to research it.
Yeah, it's just something to research. But basically, it's it's basically they use money and they just buy real estate with it, which is nice. Some of them are crazy over. You just gotta research it. But you're only making 7 or 8%, but yeah. Another question? Yep.
What's your opinion on when you get to the point where you have enough liquid capital on private money lending or something like that? What's your opinion?
No debt. I won't use private money to invest unless it was
Well, if I had say
creative finance is different though.
I wanted to lend it out.
Oh. Yeah.
So let me.
There's risk to that too.
I've done it. Yeah. And what's your number one question when you lend money out? What's your number one question? Anybody you give money to? How the hell are you paying me back? And how am I guaranteed? Because you can't take people's word for it. The bank doesn't take your word for it. You shouldn't do any others. I was talking to somebody who was like, well, they were a good friend of mine. A lot of you put your guard down because they're your neighbor, your friend, family. These are the people that will take advantage of you. I've been there.
They will.
You have to go, okay, listen, I worked hard for this money. I busted my ass. If I'm gonna put 25 grand into something, what happens if you don't pay me back? What's my recourse? They go, no, I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it. If you buy into that crap, like life's teaching you a lesson. And you can and they're like, I know it feels uncomfortable, especially with family. Listen, let's just get this paperwork signed. You sign a mortgage, put a lien on the property, and then they sign a promissory note. I lien the property, you can't sell it till you take care of me, and then if the thing goes upside down, I'm chasing you down with a lawyer till you pay me. If you do it any other way, you are going to have pain. I learned this on a $300,000 mistake. I loaned money out so the problem is that's another business, right? So we're talking about hard money, it sounds attractive, you start getting money. You have to go learn that business. I don't want to do it because everyone's like, well, we just underwrite the property. No, I'm going to underwrite you first because I need to know if you know what you're doing. And so it gets complicated. It's tempting because you go, wow, I can 12 to 15% and it's lien to debt. Sometimes they don't know what they're doing. And who mostly lends on hard money? Who? What type of investor? Newbie. And a lot of people take advantage of them. And by the way, guys, most of you guys focus on the interest rate. That's not, if you ever have to borrow money outside of a bank, what's the number one thing you need to understand? Obviously, other than the risk and everything into it. You need to understand the terms of the loan. You guys get so distracted by interest rates, they hit you with points, and then you think banks are bad with junk fees? You think you're paying 10 or 12%? On average, when you do a hard money, you just cut somebody in a quarter of your profits. I don't care how you cut it. They have prepayment penalties. Some of them are up to a year. It's absolutely insane. I've dealt with hard money lenders like 1 day. You know, banks have a grace period. Hard money guys, it's written in their paperwork. You go 1 day over. Maybe you make the deposit at 4 o'clock. That's the rest of the next day. You're in a whole nother month payments and everything else, and your numbers get all screwed up. And then I've had hard money. They are private people. They can pull funding at you the last minute, and you have to take their terms. I've seen every trick in the book. They start calling you, hey, Rick, let's partner up. I'm like, dude, like banks, like this is crazy. And so they are private people, and understand, they are sharks. I've seen crazy stuff happen. Know what you're doing. I don't like hard money. There's a reason they call it hard. You need to learn how to do soft money. We're going to go into it in some of our series and show you how to do it, how to raise private money. The number one question whenever you raise money from someone, you guys, I'll get you 15%, I'll cut you in on a third of the deal. No. How are you securing my family's wealth? How am I getting paid back? I always say, listen, you're getting taken care of first. End of story. We're going to record a mortgage. I'm going to personally guarantee. I see people all the time like, why do I have to sign a personal guarantee? I don't want to do business with you. If you're not going to put your name and your reputation on the line, I don't want to do business with you. I've watched people screw people over and over. It's the same thing. Don't worry about it. We're friends. I'll get you past it. Don't buy into it. It's going to hit you. You might get away with it once, twice. It becomes like an addiction. And you're like, why do we need to do paperwork? I'm the type of guy like, let's just run. And he helps me slow down, like we got to do paperwork. We're not putting that much money on the line unless we're like all in. Yes, we take risk. If you take risk, you need to be rewarded for your risk. If I'm going to go into and do a partnership with you, I'm taking risk with my time, energy, money, and then I'm calculating what you're going to do. Anybody have partners here? It doesn't always work out. 55% of marriages don't work out. It's a partnership. To try to forecast stuff down the line, it's hard. So make sure you do the paperwork. If you don't do the paperwork, if you come back crying to me and Zach, I'm just going to say, listen, you're going to learn a lesson. Okay? Any other questions?
So can you tell me if you've ever experienced this? Like what I'm seeing now in some of our rentals, because Dallas is growing so quickly, the passive income we were making is dwindled down because of taxes and insurance. It's just astronomical, right?
I agree.
So what if it's like right now, my husband and I on some of our properties, we're like, oh, we want to sell, but we're not really making money. So have you encountered that? Like in your
Yes.
area, what have you done?
So when I first started rentals, pre-Zach, he's still in school, me and wife were just cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. How do I not over leverage? And that's it. We played that game for a long time. And That's how you start out doing it. You gotta understand the process. Just like I tell you when you lend your money out, you can't just go, okay, you sound good. Tenants are even worse. You have to be purely business. I'm too nice of a guy to manage a rental property. And when I come back and like, Zach, I had to have Zach walk through the experience. I'm like, he got busy, we let someone go on a property, they stopped paying, we came back to a ticking time bomb. 15 grand, like, and that was with us, like, with a crew and doing it. And you just learn, there's certain types of properties that fit. I will tell you though, there's another side to rentals, which we'll go in depth as you guys work with us, if you look at the entire equation. So I didn't really understand depreciation until about 4 or 5 years ago. When I started making money, I had a problem. I had a real big tax problem. And my accountant's like, it's a good problem. I go, yeah, for you, when you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to the government, it gets discouraging as an entrepreneur. So a lot of your cash buyers out there buying it, they're like, you get a lot of doctors, lawyers, like, dude, just give me something. My favorite when somebody goes, give me a 1031. I need it now. Why are 1031s under so much pressure? Why?
They're looking to roll over their money.
They've got a time expiration. They don't have time to like, I know I have them on a 1031. Guys, we have properties, we somewhat break even or they go a little bit backwards. I like waterfront properties. The depreciation is amazing. So as much as when we buy cars and stuff that they depreciate, that means they go down in value. Real estate's the one asset that is phenomenal. You get to depreciate it through your taxes and offset your taxes. You get to delay your taxes. Now, you have to recapture it, it's true, but the value of the damn thing goes up. Your car doesn't go up, all these other things don't go up. I am a depreciation monger now. Now, it becomes addictive because you have to keep really good books and you got to get organized and it forces you to step your game up. But did you guys, once you factor in depreciation on properties that aren't working out, all of a sudden it's amazing. I make at least 400 grand a year just on depreciation alone. It is true money. It is true money. There's a big difference between commercial and residential. I think residential is 27 and a half years, commercial is 39. So when I buy a commercial property, I want a big number. $2, $3, $4 million, and then you take your cost basis. I'm not here to give you accounting advice, but you spread it over 39 years. So I have something that's break even, I'm offsetting expenses, and I get the depreciation back. Do the math. If I have a $3 million building and the financing makes sense, everything's deductible, the interest, the payment, everything, and then you get the depreciation back. So suddenly you get this big tax bill, and then once you bring in the depreciation, this took me 4 years to like wrap my head around it, because I'm a wholesaler. And I'm still trying to learn all these other things. But what we're saying is when you grow your net worth, you are forced to push your game up or you're in bed, I hate saying this game right, with the United States government. And I got to the point where I was making so much money. If you do nothing, you are going to be penalized. So if you make a lot of money over, I think it's $400,000, $450,000, you are giving almost half your money to the government. They don't do a damn, like, it's frustrating. And I see why people want to move to an island and break down and get their own solar and not work again. Because I'm like, this is crazy. The harder I work, the more I give to them. So if you don't play the game, just like you read the rules of Monopoly, you are going to get killed. People go, you got to pay your fair share of taxes. It's not fair you didn't pay. And I know you didn't read the rules. Most W-2 employees have no idea how to take a deduction. They just accept it. If it's up to me, I'd tell my employer, you've got to pay my company. And you learn it. You don't have to learn it overnight. You don't have to start with an LLC. I'm not here to complicate it. I'm telling you, when you step up, you have to learn the game. The reality is, corporate America, you got to pay about 21% of the taxes if you play by the rules. But you got to pay accountants, bookkeepers, the whole 9 yards. If you don't do it, you are going to get hit. The reality, guys, if you added up what you paid in your real estate taxes, that gas tax pump, there's your sales tax, and now everyone's about the credit card convenience fee. You're almost paying 55, 60% of everything you work. So if you want to be like everybody else and complain about it, find a way to fix it. And understand, the appreciation game is pretty straightforward once you understand it. It gets very advanced the more money you make. It's a lot of fun. You can make a decision. Do you want to donate money? You can actually donate to charities. You can create your own charity. You can give it to the government or give it to the people you choose to. But you have to be disciplined, set up structures, and it's time. Create such a problem where you have to figure out how to disperse your money. And I do spend a lot of time doing it because it's not new to me. I'm just trying to understand it and trying to find people you can trust. Once again, there's sharks out there. You put bait in the water, they come. People know you got money. It's crazy. You ever see the guys that when they go on free wholesaling and stuff like that, they go, I got 10 grand to spend on a mentorship. They are inundated with thousands of people trying to take their money. Listen, you want that cheese, rats are coming out first. They're going to eat you and you got to learn, and you got to hey, discipline. Show me that you're a certified public accountant. I want to make sure. And by the way, guys, some of the biggest sharks I ever met, accountants and lawyers. You have no idea how deep they can get into you if they want. And how you get in trouble is you put your guard down and you trust them with everything. Don't do it. You got to earn that circle. You got to get in the circle. And so I've learned not to just trust people blindly anymore. I was a very trusting person. It didn't work out for me. So, any more questions? Yes. It's everything. It's ROT. I got past the cost. Listen, I was cheap when I started. I thought I could do everything. I was my own worst manager. The value of a property manager is when you get a $20,000 repair because you didn't pay to your property, all of a sudden 10% is a real good deal. But I've had property managers, I've walked into ticking time bombs too, because then you got to learn how to manage the property manager because they turn over to low-level employees. It's the reality of it. If you manage properties in roughnecks, you got to pay 15% or your property's going to fall apart. I want pictures. We make them send us pictures every 90 days. We do random drive-bys. You've got to check on people. You got to babysit them. They've got to earn your trust. And once they earn it, you can pull back a little bit. But the minute you put your guard down, that's when you can get in trouble. You ever have the guy park your car or wash your car, and you come back like, did you wash it? I don't know. He goes, dude, you just pay me every month. Why do I have to wash it every month? It's the same thing. You can't give blind trust. And then as you move up the chain, you can find people that have demonstrated trust, earned your trust, and you have confidence in. It doesn't mean you put your guard down, and then they do some of the work. So I've been in a long process learning how to delegate. It's painful because I'm ADHD, and I got to control everything. And sometimes I have to let go. I know right now people in my company are screwing up. I just know it. I don't hang on it. But the more I do, the more action I take, the more deals I got working on, the numbers work out in the long run. Someone's screwing up right now when you delegate it. You just accept the fact of it, and you'll fix it when you get back. Anybody else? You have a responsibility when you make more money. You have to do it. If you don't do it, other people will take that responsibility away from you. And I've learned it the hard way. And this is why people like to stay comfortable, because it's uncomfortable. So.
Exactly. All right, so again, on this is the game, growing the net worth, especially when you're making money. This is important. Rentals, stocks, safe. Just do safe, not crazy stuff. That's all I'm saying. Don't do your buddy's new opportunity or your family wanting your money. Funny story, we got a family, they don't ask for money, but they ask for things. What I mean by this is sometimes we have our family come in town, they're like, can we just be in one of your Airbnbs? And this is in December. I sent them the link, I'm like, $400 a night. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, either you pay me $400 a night, because I'm booked fully, $400 a night on these Airbnbs. And they're like, no, we're okay. You don't need us to hook up. Because you have to have that separation. I think it's important for everyone once you start making money. You can be nice to your family, you can give them things, but you have to separate things. Because once you let one of your buddies stay in your Airbnb for free, then the second one, the third, it gets crazy. Buy me a flight, buy me this, buy me that. I know it sounds crazy, but just have that in your mind. Separate it. And what I like to say is try in the beginning to put at least 20% of your profits or anything into just investing something. If you're young, it helps you a lot. Just look at it as a tax. One way I look at it is if the government decided to add an extra 20% tax to your profits this year, what would you do? You'd kick, you'd scream, you'd cry, you'd protest, and you'd pay it. Because if you don't, IRS puts you in jail. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They put you in jail. So that's it. So act like someone just put another 20% tax on you. Because it could happen. It could happen any day of the week. That's the point. And so act like there's an extra 20% tax, put it in there, you'd be good to go. So how have we scaled? Pretty much every process is different, but we've had a lot of lessons on scaling. And I've learned by failing, I've learned by doing it, And it's not perfect, the system, but it's the way that we do it, and it's the way we become successful. And for me to make you into a mini me, that's how I do it. So appreciate it, guys. That is basically scaling. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come back at 1 o'clock. You can talk to me. Rick is trying to get his barbecue, so go hang out with him if you want. But we walked by the Pecan Lodge yesterday, and he saw 12 smokers. And he said, I'm going here. And so that's where he's going to be. So you're going to hang out here, he's going there, he's going to walk there, you can walk with him or whatever. Make sure he's safe. I see a lot of homeless people sometimes. It'll be security, go with him, hang out. If not, you can hop on here. Some people here I personally asked to go talk to me because we were able to talk, get some game plans on you, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, guys. All right, you better head out.
Huh?
Better head out to the place.
I'm gonna get my lunch and then I'll give it back to you.
What?
I'm gonna get a salad, and you're gonna get meat tonight. You're gonna get barbecue right now.
No, I'm not eating.
Do you want a chicken Caesar salad?
I'm not eating.
Okay.
I think so.
I'm gonna get some. Right. Let me grab something real quick. Cherry.
Get really good results. We're not babysitters. I can't get in your head. If you don't give me your marketing plan and your agenda, it's hard for me because I have to spend days, weeks, months trying to pull it out. This guy had a plan from day one. We've worked on multiple programs, and he goes, hey, listen, I'm going to go in and do JV deals with him. I'm like, this guy's crazy, man. He's crazy, but like, he started doing this because I'm working with this guy, Luca. I'm working with this guy. I go, so I always ask who you're working with because I want to make sure we're all working together. Guys, you can make a ton of money just working within the community. Not only the Flip with Rick Plus, the free wholesaling community, the Flip with Rick, it's a little wild out there in the public because everyone says they're a rock star. You have to vet them. And the Flip with Rick is much safer. You still have to vet. I've taught you all today. Don't take people's word for it, make them prove it up to you. But once you find it, what I love about JVs, my favorite part is, it's deal to deal. Mm-hmm. If you don't hold me, if you don't like it, something goes south, I go like, I'm not working with you more. If we made money together, you did exactly what you said you were gonna do, we move forward, you both learn. So he's really good. He's stepped it up another level in the JV. So I want to introduce Lucas, he's gonna walk you through the entire JV process, how he works with Flip with Rick, how he works with his community. He's brought some amazing people here today. Guys, give it up for Lucas.
Thank you, guys. I've been wanting to do this for a very, very, very long time. Can we make some noise for the Gins, please? Very loud noise for the Gins. Yes, thank you. So aside from my little dancer back there and the rest of my family, this, of course, is who I do this for, right? But this morning I had a great reminder, another big why. I live in Plano, Texas, so it's about, I would say on a good day, 20, 25 minutes away, maybe from here. And I left the house, I think around maybe 7:15, 7:20. And I felt like I was commuting to work again. And it brought me back to some very depressing days. A 20-minute drive should have been, or I guess ended up being 45, 50 minutes. So it really brought me back in time when I was still at my W-2, and it wasn't a good feeling. So it enhanced my why again. I got reminded. I don't remember the last time that I got stuck in traffic, rush hour in the morning. So for anyone that's still dealing with that, please power through it, because it's going to come. So I remember when I first started watching these guys, I told my best friend, I said, one day I will either be on the channel or I don't know what, but I'm gonna get up there and I will share my story. So today means my family knows a whole lot to me, to the point of tears. So it's probably gonna be a little bit of emotional hour or however long I'm gonna be up here, so please bear with me. But how I got a little bit about me, my name is Luca. I was born and raised in Milan, Italy in 2005. What we didn't think it would be a blessing, but clearly it is one. My family, we moved when I was only 12. We moved from Milan, Italy to Atlanta, Georgia. That was July of 2005. So in about a month after that, I was getting ready to start 6th grade. I didn't speak English. I didn't have any friends. I got bullied for probably about like a year or two. And I remember I've always used that part, like probably a year or 2 years of my life. That was probably the biggest struggle back then that I had to deal with. And I always look at that, if I can endure that, and if I endure that, learn a new language and essentially make it through these demonic kids in middle school, I could probably do wholesale. And I've always looked at that as, I think it's helped me a lot as far as a mindset, because sometimes we hear these videos, we see a lot of people being successful, and we doubt that we can do it ourselves. So it helped me a lot to remain consistent and have that faith, essentially. How I started getting into wholesale was really interesting. I thought, like mostly probably everyone, that in order to get into real estate, you either have to have a license or you just have to have a lot of capital. So fool me, in September of 2020, I went on realestateexpress.com and I wanted to get my real estate license course, my agent's course. And throughout the course, they started talking about wholesalers and stay away from them. I said, okay, I'm excited. Now there's clearly something that I'm interested in. That's somebody tells me not to do something, I'm at least gonna look into it. So I got intrigued. I completely dropped the Real Estate Express course. I didn't care for that at all. And 2020 December is when I came across the Ginn's channel. I think I remember one video, don't quote me on this, but one of the things you said was just get integrated with your local groups in the area. So I remember I made one post in a Georgia group at the time, and I said, again, fool me, I will cold call, follow up, qualify your leads for free. I just want to learn what the heck is going on in this industry, what can I do, how can I profit from it? So I remember one guy, his name is Eddie, he connected me with somebody that was still new at the time. She had only been doing it for about a year and a half, clearly knew more than I knew. And she said, I think you guys would be a good fit. She needs exactly what you're wanting to experience. So I got with Bianca, her name was Bianca Spicer. I got with Bianca. She, for the next 2 to 3 months, I really worked for her for free. Nothing came out of it, but knowledge and confidence on my end. I didn't get any deals from it. That was month 3 of my taking actual journey. After about month 3, she was telling me she was gonna start doing more transaction coordinator stuff on our end. So to me, it sounded like her wholesale business wasn't gonna keep going. So I started to try a little bit of everything. I tried some cold calling, I tried some SMS, and it took me another 4 months. So end of June 2021 is when I officially closed my first wholesale deal from SMS from only $4,000, but the proof of concept was worth $1 billion. And that marked the first deal that I ever closed in the state of Georgia. Fast forward to about 3 months after that, it took me another 3 months to complete my second deal. My second deal was a little bit larger. My second deal was $15,000, but again, at the time I had a partner, so all that I was getting at the time was just proof of concept, and clearly this is a business that I can keep going, right? So that was the end of 2020. 2021 for me, I was still in Georgia at the time. I was still not feeling confident at all of my process, and that's after a year of doing it. So for anyone that's like, oh, I've been doing this for 3 or 4 months, it's not working. It's probably not gonna work. Again, like just keep at it, right? It takes some time. I definitely want to emphasize it. I spoke about it on Friday. I want to talk about it again for the people that may have not heard. To me, it's super important when no one should put a time limit, okay, on essentially, if I don't get a deal in X amount of days, wholesale isn't for me, I'm gonna do e-commerce. Like it doesn't work that way. Like what Rick says all the time, and I understand now slowly but surely, it's a marathon. It's literally everybody's at their own pace, and there is no like, you finish first, I finish second, it's just, can you finish, right? And to me, finishing is, can you get a deal across the finish line? Can you do it again? Can you do it a third and fourth time until you feel comfortable that every month you're starting to see activity? So I wanted to add that side note because that's huge. A lot of people is a flaw, I feel like, is putting a time limit on their success. So 2022 comes around. I'm still, we're getting ready to move to Texas for personal reasons. I'm getting a little bit agitated because it's been close to 2 years now. We're in the middle of 2022. I've got maybe another 3 or 4 deals under my belt in between that beginning of 2022 until the mid of 2022, and we're starting to get ready to move to Dallas. So I was moving to Dallas again for personal reasons, family reasons, and I was leaving Georgia as my main backyard, my main market. So I didn't want to, of course, leave the market that essentially I've been nurturing for the last 2 years. I had almost 2 years. I had connections, I had built buyers, I built agent connections. So I kept it as a virtual market, and I dropped all the knowledge that I thought I knew about wholesaling, and I said, I want to open up shop in Texas. So I pretended like I knew nothing about wholesaling, which I really didn't, honestly. I was still figuring things out. So I pretended like I knew nothing, and I got another account, another dialer, completely different from the one that I was already operating with in Georgia. And I decided to get my hands dirty again, even though I already had a VA that was doing my Georgia stuff. So 2022, November is when I start pulling my first Texas list, Plano code violation. Plano is where I live now. I said, let me just start in my backyard, even though I don't know if who's familiar with Plano here. Plano is probably one of the worst cities to start your wholesale career in because it's a high price point. But I said, I don't care. I live here. I want to do it in my backyard. I've got a few deals in Georgia anyways in my belt. I could do this. I got a list of about 4,000 maybe, code enforcements, a few other government lists in there. And I remember I closed my first Texas deal in January of 2023, and it was a JV, the first JV deal that I did with the Ginns officially. That was the start of my my Texas career, really. And ever since then, I mean, everything is blown up since then. So one big thing that I did was I wanted to connect with like-minded individuals like myself that were kind of on the same path, still trying to figure things out. And I got really good at essentially, like Rick was saying, JVing with these people. So that was a big thing that I did last year that added on to my revenue, was starting to find different folks that can bring me deals from either Georgia and Texas, Georgia being the #1 market that I started in. So sorry, give me 1 second because I lost track of it. I wanted to, actually, one thing I forgot was talk about the first deal. So one thing that helped me when I got my first deal in Texas was I had to get into a mindset again. At this point, I remember Rick talking about Ryan Holiday. And Ryan Holiday helped me a lot because I remember he, in one of his videos, he talked about he had to sign like 1,000 books. And the task was so daunting if you told yourself that it was 1,000 books at a time. That with the way he split it up was in like sets of 10s, right? So in this sense, he had to do 10 books for 100 times, and he knew that was his task. So if he could organize it that way, it felt less daunting. I did the same exact thing with my cold calls when I got back to Texas. So I told myself, this is something that helped me a lot mindset-wise to keep doing what I'm supposed to be doing for that day. If I told myself that I have to do 500 calls that day, I'm starting off the day telling myself that if I don't finish the 500 calls, I know it sounds a little bit drastic, but me and my family will never be successful and will never make it. When I told that to myself in the mornings, as extreme as that was, I don't know what it was throughout the day. It gave me the fire, and it helped me think like, okay, if I'm on my like 400th call, I got 100 more to go. I can't give up now. My family will not be successful. And I really it was weird. I got to a point where I actually like believed that they wouldn't be successful. So I felt like responsible to do those 500 calls that day. That's something huge, that a big mindset shift that helped me out a lot. And I have to give credit to Rick for putting me on Ryan Holiday, but Ryan Holiday for exposing me to that mindset. So like the Daily Stoic and like anything that Ryan Holiday does on like his YouTube channel, I recommend anyone to tap into, because he's like crazy guy, and I love it. So what I'm doing right now in order to remain consistent, I figured out that there's really only two things, a third thing that I'm still testing with that work for me. My operation, I'm a cold caller and I do SMS. I'm still dabbling. I'm not at 100% with my direct mail as I would like for it to be. But as of right now, the things that have been keeping me the most consistent are SMS and cold calling. So for the people that have worked with me before, they know that I love putting systems in place, workflows in place, automations in place. So that's actually one of my strengths. If I had to name a weakness of mine, I think like Zach, I'm a control freak. So that's kind of the struggle that I'm having right now in my business is delegation. So I'm still a one-man shop. I have a couple of VAs that help me with my data entry and the marketing of it. But when it comes to acquisitions, I was like fully tuned into what the presentation was, because that's what I'm struggling with now. So that's definitely one of the biggest things that I am now learning to do, is learning how to let go. And like I was telling Zach yesterday is, okay, I've learned how to make money. How do I keep the money, and how do I put it to work the right way? So those are the two phases that I feel like I'm currently at in my business. So that's really it, man. I did not have a huge presentation. I feel like I've talked to a lot of you guys, and you guys know my story. I'm not sure how much time that Zach and Rick had allotted for me, but I did want to leave it up for Q&A for anyone that may want to ask me anything. Thank you.
First off, I have some questions for you.
All right.
Number one. Just so everybody knows, that first deal, all right,
Yes.
what was the list on that deal?
I honestly could not tell you right now, but I do know it was a prop stream list for sure, because that's all that I knew.
Prop
at the
stream
time.
list.
Yes,
All right,
100%.
perfect. Exactly on the SMS, what platform was it?
At the time, we were using something like a Go High Level.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a white label one.
And then if you want to explain your virtual wholesaling sales process.
Virtual one, absolutely. So
What's the sales process?
I wish that Terrell was here, my Georgia partner. He was supposed to be here. So the Georgia process is really, we've got that somewhat automated now to this point. I started working with Terrell. He's been doing this for about 3 or 4 years more than I have. So I made sure to connect with somebody that would elevate me. I didn't have to elevate them, if that makes sense. And I did about 5 or 6 JV deals. Kind of like Rick says, I love JVs because it's not a marriage. You kind of just get to do not whatever to a certain extent, but like you are just partnered on that deal, and that's it. If you want to keep working on other deals and you've got other 10, it's a open relationships, I guess, if you want. And no, really it is. So I love JV deals, and I did about 5 or 6 with Terrell before I said, you know what, man, like we really complement each other really well. And as of November of 2023, I don't know about you guys, but the last like 3 or 4 years, my years have been like messed up after COVID. But as of last year, so November of 2023, we kind of looked at each other and said, why don't we just partner on everything that's in Georgia? So I'm handling everything on the acquisition side, and then he's handling, well, he's also doing acquisitions because he's doing the boots on ground appointments. And then he'll sell all of my deals. So that's how we've got everything set up. Of course, I've got SMS coming in, leads coming in. I've got cold calling leads that are coming in every day. And then it's my job to, again, qualify these leads, follow up with them. And then once we have an appointment locked in, Terrell is going out there, putting it on the contract, and then he's selling it to these buyers. And we are 100% 50-50 of the operation. I found that to be better. Yes, of course, some people, it may sound sexier, you know, you're keeping 100% of the deals, but what I've been able to do this way is I've been able to, like Rick says all the time, be super focused on acquisitions. So I'm very volume driven. So instead of maybe locking up 1 or 2, I can lock up 3 or 4 that month because I know Terrell is going to handle the disposition side. It's helped me out a lot virtually. So for anyone that's looking to get virtual, I would definitely recommend, like Zach said earlier, find the baddest wholesalers, or not necessarily, they don't have to be like the biggest ones, because a lot of the times they may be too busy for you and they don't want to work with you. But find someone that has a proven track record and that does well in that particular market. You can see that he does well, and pitch him the idea, right? With him, it was easier because, again, we kind of built a friendship over the 2 years, over the 5 to 6 JVs deals that we did. So it was just more organic. But I would recommend that to anyone that maybe already has that relationship. You guys don't even know that you have that in that particular market. I don't mean to call anybody out, but I think Matthew here is doing that with somebody in, what market is it, right? And he's a good wholesaler, like he's been doing it, right? So I think that would be a really good tactic. And for somebody that's newer to real estate period, it's a good way to build confidence and have confidence, and more confidence when you're talking to the sellers. Hey, my partner is literally 10, 15 minutes away from you, right, if you want it to be. So that's helped me out a lot with my virtual process.
I'm just being very humble. He's got a website where he's looking to do some JVs. It's called jvwithluca.com. Now, Luca did go on my podcast, and like anyone that goes on my podcasts, he's got approved HUD, he's got approved everything. He's legit. So if you have a JV deal with him in any of these areas, go to jvwithluca.com. Now, raise your hand if you're doing over 2 deals every single month. Okay, if your hand's not raised, you probably want to have a business like him, right? So you probably want to ask this guy right now, because I mean, after tomorrow, he's going to run off and just do deals. He ain't going to be able to sit around and talk to you all day. So if you have questions, you might want to go ask him, unless your whole wholesaling business is perfect. So go ahead, answer your questions. This is going to be a very rare opportunity, maybe 6 months. You got 6 months till you actually get to physically ask him a question. So let me know.
I know he's trying to create some suspense, and you guys can reach out anytime. Yes, I'm busy. But if I may not get right away back to you, it may be the next day after that. But I'm always happy to help anyone. I mean, these guys have created such a beautiful community to where it would feel weird if I didn't want to give back. So again, I may not answer the same day or like the same hour, but like I'm going to answer, and I will get back to you if there's anything I can help with. And if not, I'll say, look, I think Zach and Rick may know better than I do. So. Yeah, any questions though right now? Yes, what was your name?
Alicia.
Alicia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
In Texas, there's a law against getting a water shut-off list. How do you go around that?
Great question. So, private, she was asking, in Texas, there is like a privacy law for water shut-off, and I have to say that is 100% true. The best way that I've gotten around it is looking at the liens that they put on the property. So at like the court level, if you look at, like personal liens, utility liens, sorry, that's usually the best way to get around that. If it's like a private, usually that happens when it's like a private company and it's not like county or public owned. So that's a great question though. Sebastian.
Are you still using Go High Level for your SMS?
Yes, I am, and that's all I'm going to say. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so I know that you mentioned that in the beginning, you're getting like a deal every few months or whatnot. What do you think is the biggest differentiator between getting a deal every, let's say, 3 months like you were at the beginning, to like getting consistently Yeah. And my personal opinion is marketing consistency. So like, because I've been to blame for it. I've gotten a deal and then I'll stop marketing. And it's like, what the hell is the second and third and the fourth deal that I thought that was gonna come in snowball effect, right? Like everybody says. Well, I stopped marketing. So I think that's a big thing that I had to learn was, okay, just because I have a deal, and it comes with time also, right? Because you get busy, so sometimes that's all you can do, especially if somebody that's got a 9 to 5. Sometimes that one deal that you got locked up is the only thing you can do. But if I could recommend anything is don't stop marketing, because that will definitely make the difference on consistency of leads. What's your name again, just for everybody? Alex, what's going on, Alex?
Have you ever gone like driving for dollars or trying to get like free leads or anything like that? Well, I guess water shutoffs are kind of free as well.
Yeah, I love driving for dollars. So when I first started, that's a big thing that I was doing, drive for dollars. Now I've actually got 2 folks out here in Dallas and 1 in the state of Georgia that I'll upload lists into Deal Machine, government lists, code violation, foreclosures, probates, and they'll actually reverse drive for dollars for me, and they'll put the stickies on there, right? That's actually something that, like, I don't know if anyone's went on here yet, but like, I have like a little tab here for, my goal is to, like, earlier he was saying create mini-me's. There's a tab here for people that want to drive for dollars with me. They can click on it and apply to essentially drive for dollars with me, right? So, dude, 100% drive for dollars, for sure.
I have one more as well.
For sure.
Because with all like those listed, did they ever give you, I know obviously with the water shutoffs being illegal in Texas, so trouble getting those, but do you ever have trouble getting any other ones? Like, did they ever give you trouble?
No, so I go after code violations, super easy, very public, just about any city. It's done at a municipality level here, so like the city level. Every city here in the DFW Metroplex, I cover about like 5 counties. That's Collin, Denton, Dallas, Rockwall, and Tarrant. All of those counties, all of those cities in those counties, they have a portal, just like it's what I call open records request portal, literally that every city has, and you go in there and you plug in I hereby request a list of all active open code enforcement violations that were open from March 1st to March 31st. And then usually within 2 to 3 days, they come back with that list. And now I've, kind of like what Zach said, I've screen shared myself do it, right, once, twice, and then now I have a VA that once a month pulls the code violations in those cities. So yeah, I love, no, to answer your question, the water shutoff is the only hard list to get, if you want, yeah.
Yeah, because I went into our thing in our county, and I had to go like 4 times. I just showed up 4 days in a row. I was like, I know they're here, and then eventually they gave them to me. They gave them to me on a piece of paper. They wouldn't email them.
What county was it?
Washington County,
Washington
Maryland.
County, Maryland, okay.
So I had to enter in manual.
Yeah, so like Georgia, there are some places in Georgia to where it's like, it's a private company, so I have to do the same exact BS get around. But then there's some cities in Georgia that's just like here, and you get like a little Excel sheet, and then you just, what I do is upload in the prop stream, so it ties up with the owner's information, and then I re-export it out of prop stream to be able to skip trace it with, whoever I use, so. Achilles.
Luca, do you think you can have the same success virtually without having boots on the ground to go on appointments for you? Or what if you're doing everything on the phone? Do you think you would have the same results as having someone to be belly to belly with the other person?
Not the same results. I think you can still be successful because I did it before I partnered up with Terrell like 100%, 50-50. But the reason why I partnered up with him is because I realized we did 5 or 6 together, just straight up just JVs, right? And I was like, damn, like, you're actually squeezing these. Like, I may want to like start working with you right? And then I realized that it gave me more time to focus on acquisitions, therefore more leads, more contracts, more closing. So not the same effect, but yes, you still definitely can be.
Switching over to having that partner prior to, after you were just by yourself, did it increase more, did it bring more deals in?
100%, yeah, and because for my Georgia side, right? Yeah, because again, it allowed me to focus more on acquisitions. So again, more acquisitions, more leads that are getting qualified, more contracts, more failed contracts, but also more closings, right? So yeah.
So you would just set up the appointment, and then from there you took over. And
Yep.
on to the next.
Yep. I say, hey, my partner Terrell, he's in Buckhead. Can he swing by today? Why? Tomorrow? Okay, so tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Perfect, yeah, he'll be there. So like he's always, right, available. And I literally ask him, why can he not come today? It's a legitimate question, right? And I want to see like what their answer is. So yeah, we move quick. Like when I'm out there, we move super quick. Like I think we move quicker in Georgia than I move quicker here by myself in Texas. And when I say by myself, I mean on the acquisition side by myself, because I got big Nate Dogg that, you know, he steps in every now and again. So
just to wrap it up, so if you are purely virtual, it would be best to kind of try to make a contact there to be able to go to appointments for you? Or is that a preference?
No. Well, again, because I've seen better results in my operation, would I recommend it to somebody? Yeah. But I would also say try to get your feet wet by yourself, because it's nice to get at least the first 2 to 3 deals, get 100% of that equity, right? And I feel like until you start doing a few deals with people, how do you know who you want to actually partner up with? So definitely get some JVs. Like I said, I think that before you partner with somebody, because JVing is so like non-bonding, right? Like just JV with them. See if like, how do they JV? How do they operate? How do they like perform under stress, right? How do they talk? I remember I JV with this one lady, I don't even care. Her name was Amanda, she was trash. And she would call the title company, my title company, and she would be rude with them. I said, Amanda, you need to chill out, because it was starting to make me look bad, even though the title company knew me, right? So they knew that I was like, I had to call my title company and say, hey, I don't really work with her like that. I don't really know her. Like, I don't know who that is, right? So like, you don't want to partner up with Amanda, right? Do a JV with Amanda and then see if she's worth, you know, locking up with. So, Ori, what's up, man?
Can you speak a little bit about your follow-up game?
Yeah.
Because I feel like for me, a lot of leads I'm getting, they're not super motivated.
Yeah.
And so
Most.
It's the price goal so big, and I'm like, all right, well, I can't. And then I kind of go, so it's not.
Yeah.
And then I think my issue is I don't really know how to follow up. I don't maybe understand the importance of follow-up.
Yeah, the fact that you're asking about it means you know that it's important, right? What CRM do you use?
Oh man, I use a Slack channel and then like never know.
Okay, I would definitely recommend trying to get with Podio. That's just like an easy setup. Zach has got the setup on his thing, because that's what I use to make sure that I do my follow-ups. Every task, I think I've got about 328 tasks in my Podio right now. And they're all made of offer calls, follow-ups, qualifying calls, terminations, because I also put like if I know that I have locked something up today and my contract expires on the 14th, I'm just doing it. On the 10th, I'm putting a task in Podio that says terminate agreement by tomorrow, because I'm not going to do it the day of, right? I'm a couple days before. So I'll put tasks for everything. I got to change, you know, everything. So I live out of my Podio calendar, literally, and it's cool because it syncs with the Google calendar. Yeah, your Apple calendar too. So you really can't miss it. Like you want to miss it if you're missing it, you know. And that's how I've kept up with all my follow-ups. So great. Probably about 9 out of the 10 leads will say no. Well, I would sell, but like if you have $1 million, right? The price is right. So it's quarterly follow-up. And that's why I have so many of these damn follow-ups, and I need to get a lead manager like I told Zach, because I have a lot of those. But a lot of those the reason why I do it, man, is because I've gotten proof of it. Like I promise you that some of those people, 3, 6, 9 months, they will turn into a deal. Like it's like a little, so that's the only reason why I'm not a maniac. Like I'm not doing it just cause, yeah. I couldn't give you the exact percentage, but I know that they're deals, so I don't even care. Even if it's just 1%, I'm gonna get that deal. Yeah, Alex.
You just asked my question. I was gonna ask what percentage of deals come on the like 3-month follow-up.
The 3-month, I honestly, I have not tracked that yet, but I know for a fact that I've seen deals, because I have, in my Podio, I have like a little section to where it's like what follow-up sequence are they in? Are they in a weekly sequence? Are they in a bi-weekly, monthly, or quarterly? A lot of them are in quarterly right now.
Well, yeah, because I knew the deal was made on the first call, but whenever they say like, oh, I'm not interested, and call them back in
Yeah.
3 months.
Yeah. And then what I do is every time they say, even if they say, no, man, like I want $1 million, when I get off the phone, I say, hey, John, I appreciate your time again. This is Luca, God bless. So when I call back in 3 months, my number, because it's going to be the same, is hopefully be registered in their number. And I will send them another text, say, hey, it's Luca. Why don't you save my number? We spoke 2-3 months ago, right? Yeah. I'm a nice dickhead about it. And that's cool. Like, it's not like I'm not disrespectful, so. Sebastian.
For the guys that you have driving or reverse driving
Yeah.
for you, are you also like SMSing and calling them as well, like after you leave the sticky note?
Yes, yeah, because those, the reverse driving for dollars lists are code violations, they are probates, and they are pre-foreclosures. Yeah. Probates, I am cold calling them, they're getting a text, and they're getting a letter. I've actually been testing ROS with the probates, along with the letter. I'm still in testing phase, so. But yeah, they're getting all of that. Pre-foreclosures, I'm doing SMS, of course. Just because, why not? I'm also throwing them in the dollar. I know Zach says not to cold call them, but they're already there, right? So I'll just add them in there. And then, yeah, the code violation, definitely. I don't text the code violation. I only, because I've tried to do text messaging right now. I'm only doing very small batches. Code violations are like large. So the only things I'm doing texting with right now is like probates, just very small niche down lists. But yeah, they're getting hit from left and right. So the sticky notes will say, won't even say Luca, right? They will say like, hey, this is Reggie. I have a quick question about your house. And that's why he says do it with wholesalers, because I have, with these 3 people that I'm doing this with, I trust them. I know that, number one, they probably can't take the deal to the closing table. But then even if they could, I trust that they bring it to me because we have that relationship. So why not put your number on there? I don't want to deal with these leads. I've got so much else going on. These leads are already getting targeted in my operation, so it's more opportunities for them.
How do you, so it sounds like they would be the ones getting the phone call.
They actually are. It's something that maybe people wouldn't recommend doing, I'm not recommending anyone to do that, but I've done it. I've set it up that way because the 3 people that I'm doing this with, I actually can say that I trust, and I don't trust a lot. And again, like to me, it doesn't hurt me because I'm still marketing to those leads anyways, right?
So like your name might still be on the SMS or.
It's my son's name on the SMS, Ezra. Ezra is the texter. On the cold calling side, it's Amy. My cold caller, her name is Amy. And then on my letters, it's my name.
So how do you make sure that you don't, I don't know the right word, but like end up with contact or like.
Oh, I do.
Getting something with them.
It's happened. So you're like, but I talked to Amy today, so who's Ezra? And then so it happens, right? But usually the people that make a big deal about it are going to be the people that are not going to be hosts. Like there weren't going to be a deal in the first place. So I don't think about it too much. If they're motivated, yeah, they're not going to think about Ezra or Amy. Yes, sir. Phillips.
So in regards to like getting code violation, like for me right now, I got like a bunch of like 2,000 code violation, and then I was able to sort it out, get out the duplicate and everything. But I've not been able to code call them because it's like you have to skip trace each of it. I sent it out to a guy that skip trace like, oh, there's no name. Yeah, that's why I sent it to you, but they couldn't. So I still have kind of that list. How do you get to sort them out faster?
I use skip tracing services, right? So like Deal Machine is great for free. Like, do you have Deal Machine?
Yeah.
Do you use their skip tracing at all? Is it not working for you?
It is, but
There's like some that don't have a name.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some. So like out of maybe, usually I feed my dollar about 8,000 to 10,000 contacts, new contacts every month, right? I would say probably about 1,000 of those are going to be scrapped, right? So what I do with those is if they don't come, so they don't come back with a name or a phone number.
They didn't come back with name.
But what do you, like the name, it should be like at least like in the last name field, there should be like estate of John Doe, right? What I would do anyways with those, I would try to move those to a different skip tracer.
Okay.
That's what I've done like with a lot of mine. If like Deal Machine comes back with a blank number, I may go on to another skip tracer and plug it in there. Some, you know. Yes, sir. You had a question?
Yeah. When you started in the new market in Texas,
Yes.
how did you rebuild your cash buyer network?
it was daunting. I leaned a lot on, he's not in the room right now, but Nathan. He has a very strong, well, the first deal that I actually closed in Texas, I actually leaned on, with JVing with them, and that's how I got the connection to Nathan. And then how I'm doing it now is I have a cold caller that does just strictly dispositions right now. So she's, and I'm still testing this, it's still very new for me, but she's in very particular zip codes that I give her. She's just cold calling buyers, and then just like a lead, a seller's lead, she's pushing it into my Podio. And then just like a seller's lead, I'm going in, I'm qualifying that buyer in a sense, right? And I know they're qualified already because we're pulling them from PropStream, like the cash transaction. So I know that they are clearly active, but I still want to talk to them, build some type of rapport. So that's what I would do if I were selling in a new market is, maybe I wouldn't get a VA, I'll do it myself, but I would start cold calling cash transactions.
What have you found to be more effective in regards to list, the PropStream or the code enforcement?
So depending on the budget, right? So like a high equity list, like a blanket high equity list, it's gonna include all of your like code enforcements and like government lists, right? So I'm a big believer of if somebody that's starting out in a new market, fill up your pipeline with nothing but government lists. Get as many, get as creative as you can about all the lists that you can get. Once you've essentially unlocked the hack of how to unlock all of them, then you may want to start adding on some like paid lists. And I would always recommend government lists because you're always narrowing down to like the ones that technically should have the most motivation, right? And then you start moving on to like high equity, you're gonna get code enforcements in there. It's just you pulling up a house with 48% high equity. You're gonna have a bunch of code enforcements in there. You're gonna have a bunch of probates. The only two government lists that I will never like stop pulling will be probates and pre-foreclosures. Like I feel like at some point I'll probably stop pulling code enforcements, to be honest, because I'll just be doing like such big lists of high equities that there's no point. But like probates and pre-foreclosures are two lists that I probably would never stop pulling because I want to be right there, like day one when you file, right? As aggressive as that sounds. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a couple hands. Scotty.
Look, I might have missed this. What's your pay structure on your driving for dollars people?
$0 and 0 cents. 50-50. So if they bring me a deal that's executed, it's got to be locked up. I want a good deal. And a good deal, like, we're going to talk numbers together. I'm close with these people. They're not just like some random folks. So we actually talk on the phone quite often. We discuss numbers, opportunities. So if they got a deal, I'm still telling them what to lock it up for, but they're locking it up. They're bringing in everything. I'm just getting the executed contract and I'm getting ready to sell it. That's kind of what I'm doing. And then we just treat it as a 50-50 JV. And that's zero pressure on me because for me, I'm still at a point in my business to where I cannot handle the pressure of feeding another family. I got my own to feed right now, and that's stressful itself, right? So I wouldn't be able to afford another salary, if that makes sense. A VA hourly rate, sure, that's fine, even a couple of them, but a full-on salary, 15, 20 an hour plus gas and all, like, they talk about benefits, like that's big boy stuff, right? I ain't ready for that just yet. So somebody else had a question. Or, what's up? County clerk. It really varies. What market are you in? Remind me. Yeah. Well, that's a big thing. So all over the place. So like foreclosures, I would recommend maybe getting good with one place, study it because it's so like all over the board. Learn it, get all of them lists, and then maybe move on to a new city. I think that may be the problem is because that may be a big problem actually because you're all over the place and the foreclosures are different. So one place maybe do it like this, one place may do it like that, and then I'm not doing pre-foreclosures anymore, right? Try to like hack one market and then move on to the next one. Yes, sir. What was your name again, man? See it. What's going on, man?
It's just a graphic.
Most closings. So crazy enough, last year, referrals. That was my biggest referrals. Last year, that was the biggest marketing channel that I had. And cold calling made me a lot of money last year. But referrals was the biggest one still. It's insane, word of mouth. This year so far has been SMS. So far. But it's only been 1 quarter. So I think that's it, man. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Well, we're good for you.
Oh, man. Yes. Oh, shit.
Yes, it's official.
Thank you. Come here, baby. Give me hugs. Time to man. Come on, baby. Go ahead back to mommy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Beautiful.
Thank you, man.
So shout out to Luca there. That was an amazing story, and I think he helped everyone out here. And shout out to Ezra.
My man, what are you doing?
Right.
Let me get out of the way.
Beautiful. So shout out to him and his family. That's the reason why we do it. That's the reason why we're here.
Thank you.
Like I've said before. Why do we do it? Why do we work hard? I mean, for a lot of people, it's for themselves, but for most people, it's for family. Even if you don't have kids or anything like that, it's your mom, your sister, anything. So that's kind of the point here, and why his life has changed from this. So we're going to shout out to Luca there. I mean, Luca, how much did you pay to come here today?
Boy.
$0. You sent me a JV deal. So if you came here for free, next event, we're here to help you out. So
Thank you, guys.
that's the point. Of course, man. Thank you. He's helped me more than I could ever say, and I think vice versa. So that's kind of the point here. All right? That is why we do what we do. So, guys, I would give a shout out to him on there. And yeah, got any words about that?
And so when we envisioned doing JV deals, I'm like, okay, we can just outsource to one of these third-party companies. We've tried it. It's just nobody, unless you get a deal like 50 cents on the dollar, people don't give you the time of day. Now, we do screen deals when we do it through the Flip with Rick, especially on free wholesaling, because people are crazy out there. Like, so we get a couple hundred deals before we even look at one. Why? Because I have to pay people. It takes time. So our long-term plan is find every person in every part of state that we can work with and we can trust. It takes time. We've already got about 12 to 15 set up. People we trust. People go through Flip with Rick Plus that demonstrate and they do deals and we make money together. My goal is to call anybody I work with. Texas is a big state, realizing how big it is, and it's divvied up. In Georgia, we talk about all the different places, but like that's the goal, guys, because I can have a much larger effect in doing it. But you just can't submit a deal, everyone's a robot. When you talk to people, oh, it's Rick and Zach, I'm gonna work with them. And I know you guys care to get the deal because you want to get paid, and if it's a partnership, you get the deal done. If you like the way they work, you keep working with them. You don't, do what you want to do. And that's what we want to do. It does take time. It takes a lot of energy to do it. So I would love for other people to take up that opportunity, go crazy and Flip with Rick Plus, do it on our free lives. And then anytime you add value and support, but as we do it, this is the best place we recruit the best partners because I get to know you more on a personal basis. And you guys have met Corey, you've met Luca, you met Ace. These are all people that sat right here. And we just started doing deals together. And they took incredible actions. People love to talk about wholesaling. I'm going to be honest with you, very few people do it. And you will learn to filter as you go through time. So
there we go. Take that off. All right, so what we're going to do next is kind of what we call like our data mastermind. So this is kind of a point where a lot of people have questions about data, lists, things like that. And basically what we're going to do is kind of like a little mastermind. Anyone's invited to come up here. And you can come up here for two reasons. You have good data, you want to talk about it, or you need help. And we can all kind of talk together about it. So if you're struggling to get deals and need help with your lists, see if your list works real well, raise your hand, bring you up, we'll talk, and we'll see what we can do all together. So let's get it going. So you want to go first? Let's bring Aaron up first. No, we'll have a thought. Come on, give him a shout out. There we go. All right, stage is yours.
Okay, so, well, the issue I'm having is, so at the end of every month, I pull a lot of government lists, and I'll kind of pull some prop stream lists to fill in the gaps to where we make enough calls throughout the month to, you know, just fill in to where she's continuous dialing, but not dialing the same numbers. And then at the end of those months, like the ones that were no answers and stuff, I haven't been doing nothing with them. So I need maybe like a direct mail campaign to send to those no answers, or maybe pick up SMS.
Yeah.
I don't do nothing with them. I just wait to the end of the month and then pull more government lists and take those, put them in the dialer, and she just keeps dialing. But the ones that are, you know, falling in the cracks and stuff, like, what do you do with them?
So
that's what I need to.
Yeah. So I mean, let me know what you guys think about this. So my initial thought is, if you're at a 24, no, I mean you're gonna be at like 15% contact rate, right? It's not that crazy off those cold calls when we looked at the dialer, right? So I mean, how many of those are that's a lot. And if no voicemail, the callbacks. So honestly, if there's no answer, I'd say text, but you're gonna have to scrub the landlines, which is not that hard to do.
Well, I take all the landlines
Okay,
out now.
they're already out, so I'll probably just send them a text, and then, yeah, if their voicemail's already put on there, then I would just send a text through, and then just recall the ones that don't answer one more time to just see those numbers. Okay. Any thoughts on him? Any help? No? All right. There we go. Talk later. All right. Who's next? All right. Dylan, you got your list all settled? All perfect? No. No? Then why don't you raise your hand? Come up here.
Okay.
I'll start picking on everyone. I don't care. All right, let's talk about a list, buddy.
So, my list. Hi, everybody. So far on my list, I just pulled a general high equity list and with vacant.
Mm-hmm.
I was following kind of the typical mailing specifications on it. So I think my takeaway so far from this weekend is that I need to be dialed in more on the government lists, like you've said a million times. Yeah. So yeah, I think for me it's just what is like a complete system look like for me just for the first stage in my company of having a strategy for cold calling, probates and pre-foreclosures.
Yeah.
It seems like maybe that would be a good place to start to pick probates and pre-foreclosures and either do reverse driving for dollars on the probates.
You can be on whatever you want. So honestly, like you're getting started, right? You got the little baby puppy, right? We were talking about yesterday, right? You just gotta feed it some leads. And so honestly, man, like you do the government list, you do the paid list, it doesn't matter what you do. It's all food for the puppy to grow, right? So it honestly depends. You can do less leads with the government lists or you do more on like the prop sheet, whatever you want, man, right? It's ultimately up to you. Okay. But man, like you're just starting out. So what I like to do, which I tell everyone to do, is test. I don't even know if probates are gonna work for you. I don't know if pre-foreclosure, you don't know it's gonna work till you do it. And that's it. It's like figuring out what food you like. You gotta eat a bunch of food, and you gotta eat a bunch of food you don't like. Yeah. Like Corey figured that out the other day, right? I don't like eggs. I do not eat scrambled eggs. He's like, what do you mean? I don't eat them. I had them once. I said never want to have them ever again. I just don't like them. Yeah. I'd never know unless I tested it. So you just gotta try it, man. I think if you do a consistent one on each one, you'd be good. I love the stacking. So if you can stack your pre-foreclosure with a code violation or anything else, would be great. Yeah. Stack your probates or the pre-foreclosures with an arrest. If you can stack them on top too, you'll be all set. Okay. And if you hop on every week with me and talk to me, we can go over them and check the testing.
Is there like a first level of goal for how many calls I should be making per week?
Yeah, it depends how many hours like you can put into this, because I know I have a regular job, so you don't want to be I'm not telling you to go grind out 30 hours a week if you got a regular job. I get it, man. Yeah. So like you might, I'd say 10 to 15 hours a week if you can. Okay. Put that into reverse driving for dollars, cold calling. That's probably what I would say to do. And then just start calling. If you need help with lists, I can pull a list for you and send it to anyone watching this. Like with Sid, I'm gonna send them a list of cash buyers, and I'm just gonna filter it the right way for them in Cleveland so you can go find them. Like, guys, if you need help, I'll pull a list for you and just send it to you. So, always here to help, man.
All right.
Let's get it going. Also, Dylan's an amazing singer. No one knows that. Yeah. I asked him for a video. He sent me the video. I was like, whoa, impressive. Are you lying?
No.
He's a good singer. All right, Alex, come up. All right, what's going on?
Not much, man. What's going
Let's
on?
talk.
So hopefully this is a good question. I was trying to think of one while I was sitting there because I wanted to stand up. So like I know, and that kind of every process is different. So whenever you go about certain leads, like I know because we were talking about probates yesterday, but do you go about certain leads differently? Like say you were to send out postcards, and I know I learned from Rick yesterday not to send out that offer of 65%.
No. It's okay though.
Total values, but it's like say you're sending one out to a code violation, and then you're just sending one out to like maybe a tired landlord. Would you maybe send out two different batches and maybe with a different offer on each, or if you're cold calling them, would you maybe approach it differently, or do you take every lead the same?
Yeah. So I mean, you can answer the postcard parts, but like we like to when we do an ROS, we want to make it kind of higher.
Yeah.
Like I said before. Someone asked me about the offer meter. I try to put it less than what you do for retail, but still high enough where they want to call. Now, for direct mail lead, you just want the call. That's all you want. For direct mail, the goal is just to get on the phone because you're going to have to close them right after. So that doesn't even matter. And once you physically see them, it's closed, right? Yeah. For any other lead, you just want to make sure they want to say yes. That's the goal. So direct mail is a little different, but like the goal is just to get on the phone, get the thing closed, man.
Yeah.
That's it. You're getting there.
Oh yeah.
Give me a hand. Come on. There we go. There we go. He's come on here. Two nice calls. I was like, dang, this guy's done some deals before. I could hear it in his voice. I like it. Woo. Jeez Louise. So, all right. Who's next? Who's got some data questions? See what's working, what's not working. Achilles, come up here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, what questions you got?
So, so I'm in 3 different cities, and there's only about 4 months, now that I've increased my volume per month, there's only about 4 months worth of data within those 3 cities. So
yes.
How would you start the cycle, or would you need more cities for
So for
more data?
which list?
For just general high equities, like super broad.
I mean, 4 months, you want to hit a high equity every 4 months. So if it's 4 months, then you just re-hit it.
Okay.
So we don't want to go too crazy with how we do a lot of the systems for us because it's zone. I think a lot of people higher level do this, that they talk today, but like it's zone, date, list, and then you just go around it. So SMS will go month 1, 2, 3. So in 1 will get hit with a mailer, then zone 1 next month's gonna get hit with SMS, and month 3 is gonna hit with a cold call.
And those zones gonna be like the different cities, the way you can label them?
We like counties.
Counties.
So, because the way we do it is it's all based off of area code. Because direct mail gets a different area code, texting gets a different area code. So, like, for example, if we're in Palm Beach 561, Port St. Lucie 772, I'm going to hit an SMS. If I'm hitting 561, I'm going to give them 561 numbers. So that's how I base it off of area code.
That's when it gets super technical and like in the type of
Yeah, you don't want to send a 772 to a 561. They're like, you southerner, you northerner. It's crazy.
So as of now, just kind of basic. So the different cities, say 1, 2, 3, 4. So after I go through that one cycle, then just begin it again?
Yep.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Right on.
We already got a plan for you, man.
Sounds good.
We're ready to go. All right, so Maria. Very quiet. Come on up here. And there we go. We got some deals. She's being quiet, but she's an action taker. She came out here. She's coming to the event. So how are we getting some deals? What's the data? What's going on?
So I've done 2 deals. One of them was through like a family friend.
Mm-hmm.
So that was literally like 20-minute drive from where I live. The other one was in Waco, and I actually talked to Rick about this one. It was like a little bit iffy, but yeah, I got it through, so that was really nice. So right now, so I've kind of been slacking. I know I've been slacking just because my job switched up on me, whatever, different hours now. And so what I'm looking to doing in right now is, we were talking earlier about code violations. So it's either been like code violations or probates, but after yesterday's conversation, like, I've just been kind of scared, I guess, to go into probates. Even though they work, I know they work, I just, like, scared to go into
What scares you the most about them? Because I've had this exact feeling, and I let it hold me hostage for 7, 8 years.
I think, like, the legal sides of it. Like, and we went over everything yesterday, but I think just, like, getting, whenever I was talking to, I can't remember who I talked to earlier. Yeah. And she was like, oh, like, you know, you had to have, like, some side of a type of attorney in the process, right?
Technically, no, but 99% do. So the reality with probates is, here's the secret. You don't need to become a lawyer or know everything about the law. You just have to understand the process and the generalities in it. Because if you try to learn everything about probate, you'll never do it. So I don't want you to get your law license unless you want to. But so just start with your state regulations. Just look it up. Usually it's all online. Find out what the definitions of the title. Then go on a field trip and go to your probate court and ask questions. They'll assume you're trying to do it for the family, and they will help you out. I went to the probate courthouse 7 times. I dragged my wife a few times. I go in there and say this. And like, so sometimes a woman has a softer touch. Women get more information than men because they're better listeners. You just admit it, it's easier. I didn't do probates because I was scared of the whole death aspect. I felt like I was getting in the family privacy. I wouldn't want someone to with me. And then until you experience probate, you actually learn if you come from a helping, nurturing, empathetic side, you actually help people out. You're gonna get chewed out. I never take it out on people on probate. I don't take it personally. But here's what I learned. I had no idea how a probate worked. I was just told, go find them. I screwed it up so bad for the first year. And I just kept making mistake after mistake, and that's how I came up with my system. And then when I found out, the number one objection I got was, how can I just sell this thing now? I'm like, I don't know that. So I started title companies, I did probate lawyers, and then I met with a probate judge. Here's, you can absolutely 100%. Once I know the answer and I believe it, I don't sell it. I guide you. See, if your answer is BS and you don't believe in it, you won't do it. If you have a JV partner that doesn't believe in you, they're not going to help you out. You've got to understand that. Listen, people take the truth for what they believe it is. If someone doesn't believe in it, they're not going to help you out. If your spouse doesn't believe in you and you guys haven't, it's not going to work out. This is just the reality of the world. The sooner you can find it out in wholesaling, the better. I'm telling you guys, probates work. I was scared to death that I was infringing on people's rights and the legal thing. I was like, oh my God. Then I tried to go to the lawyers. You know how that worked out. So once you understand, all you have to do is find somebody, help them. You need someone cooperative in the beginning, but if you know how to solve it. So a lot of you guys, we talk about the objections in probate. You have to give them solutions because anybody can make an offer in a probate. That's the easy part. And you are no different than a realtor or anybody in your competition. So can you confidently meet somebody in probate and provide a solution? What if they say, listen, I have to respect the probate process, but I want to finish out with my attorney, but I'd really like to kind of get this thing done. Can you help me do that? What do you say?
Yes.
How do we do that?
I can't.
So you just have to practice. That's all you have to do. It's repetition. It's no different than any type of sporting event. Like the first time you swing a bat or try to throw a ball, it's ugly. Try a practice. How many people are right-handed in here? Raise your hand. Okay, you're not special. Who's left-handed? The reality is, if I throw a football with my right hand, although it's pretty bad, I can spiral it and hit it where I want roughly. On my left hand, I throw like a girl. Why? Because I don't know how to do it. If you practice it for like at least 2 to 3 months, it will get better. It won't be perfect. It's going to take you a year or 2 to get it. Wholesaling is no different. Tie your right arm, start going with your left. You know, like these aggressive fathers with like these pitchers, they teach them to do the left and the right because you've got to be different, okay? How people play with the guitar with the right hand and the left hand confuses the heck out of me, but It's the same thing. You have to find, so all you have to do is rehearse your responses. A lot of you won't do it, and you won't. So when we get on Flip with Rick Plus, we're in a private group setting. We're all in the same journey, so you're not hiding. When people go, I don't want to share my marketing worksheet, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to get on a plane and fly out and pull it out of your head? I'm not going to do that. Take advantage of it or you're going to lose your opportunity. You have to practice. So I look for multiple things in probates. It's simple. Some people like, I want this sold, I'll do whatever it takes. I go, okay, I'll show you how to sell the property prior to the probate being done. And I use my title company to guide me. I don't even know how to do it. They tell we go to the quarterback and go, listen, call the play in and tell your lawyer to file this type of motion and get it done. They work for you, they hire you, they have to honor it. As long as it's legal, they have to do it. If I tell them as the coach, if I go in there, the coach will go, you're crazy. We're not doing that play. You're not out here blocking with us. The other one, like in this situation, is they want to respect their lawyer. They don't want to do it outside of probate, which is fine. You can't make them do it. The PR just wants certainty. You ever just want something done in your life? Like, just give me 200 grand and we'll wait 6 months and I'll get it done. I go, okay. I can do that if you'll go ahead and sign the agreement with me. We'll get it together. Your lawyer can review it and we'll do that. I will wait 6 months for a profit. I made a killing for 3 years because other wholesalers, if they can't make a profit right away, they walked away. I made over $1 million in short sales because I went through a 2-year painful process, and you do not want to do it, but nobody could figure out how to move properties other than in 2010-11. I figured a way to do it. All I'm saying is wholesaling, it's all about resourcefulness. They are great leads. You need more than probates. You cannot survive on probates alone. I've yet to meet anyone who ever did. Even me, I'm no different than anybody else. So all you have to do is rehearse your responses. If you're going to be real in this game, practice, practice, practice. Start with your partner, some sort of family member, make someone uncomfortable. And if you don't have someone or you want to push it to the next level, go on the Flip with Rick Plus, and we'll do it. That's what it's there for. Nobody gave me these opportunities. This is why I give it to you. Now, I will tell you, if you're meeting with someone in an hour, I'm not a miracle worker, nor is Zach. You've got to prepare yourself. Your emergency or your lack of preparation is not me and Zach's problem. It's just the honest to God truth. You need to prep. Because you ever been in school or college and you try to cram that exam? You can't memorize this stuff. You have to ingrain it in you. Do you believe that sellers and PRs and all these people, they look at you and they decide very quickly with your body language if you can actually do this or not? And if you start doing a bunch of ums and buts and looking down or I have no idea, and to be honest, that look you gave me, Mario, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do a deal with you because you're looking at me weird. And it's just the truth. And after a while, a few times, if you can just come back to them. So I teach you techniques like good cop, bad cop, the volley method, just play. It's just a playful thing with words. It's not sales. It's like, here's the ball, throw it back. After a while, people get aggravated with you and they will give you an answer just out of frustration. I need to push my prospects to put them down the funnel. If I can't make progress with you, I got to go find somebody else I can do. So can you do that? Like, you understand with probates, there's only so many objections they can give you. Most people want certainty or they want to get it done fast. Those are the ones I target the most. But I'm patient, and once you start to gain rapport with them and have a conversation with them, suddenly the lawyer doesn't look as trustworthy as you are. I never disrespect the lawyer. I don't trust any lawyer. Hey, let's go ahead, let's sue him, we'll make a killing. I'm in a case right now, 2013. I'm 11 years into it. Like, it's not a good thing. It was a deal gone bad, and it's just like crazy, but like 11-year process. Some of these court proceedings, the only people making out are the lawyers, 280 grand in lawyer fees. I'm just saying is, I want to be the good guy, you have to earn it with trust. So, what's your fear with probates now?
Just practice.
Say, admit it. I do not need to know everything about probates.
I don't need to know everything about
Say it.
I don't need to know everything about probates.
Once you admit it, it's easier. Remember, think about Shark Tank and the Mark Cuban. You have to prove the theory before you get the system in place. If you have demand and you execute, there's something about, I remember the first time I showed my son wholesaling, he took the deal, he took the wallet, and he's like, I go ahead and make the offer. I kicked him. I'm like, I'm not doing it. You're going to do it. You've got to learn the fish yourself, son. Because if I keep bringing the fish in for you, you're not going to survive. And then when he goes, he showed the contract. I'm like, get in the car, shut your mouth. He wanted to just run up and down and just high five, get in the car, and just the look on their face. And I look for that look in every one of your eyes when you hit it. Then you hit that one, and the next thing is, okay, let's get you to 20, 30 grand. Let's get you, who wants to fire their boss in here? I know a lot of you are doing it. I go, one of the greatest days of my life when I walked in my boss's office, I go, this ain't working out. I'm firing you. He's like, what? I go, I'm literally firing you. They threw everything. They threw a car at me, a massive pay raise. Go take a month off, take a sabbatical. I go, no. I've given you guys 12 years of my life. I'm done. I've already have enough money. I've set it aside. He's like, what can we do? I'll give you a nice corporate office. Too little, too late. So, give it up.
We're not done with her.
That's all right.
Such a scrub probate. All right, probates. We got that done. All right. So we're gonna do probates. What other list are we doing?
Foreclosures.
Pre-foreclosures.
Pre-foreclosures.
Okay.
And then code violations. How high of a success rate do you think?
I don't know until they do it.
Yeah.
Right? That's it. We just gotta test it out.
See, so many people want certainty. Like, Rick, what is the percentages if I do a code violation? I don't know. You're going to take a risk, and I'm not going to guarantee the outcome, but if you take enough risks, are you physically going to get hurt doing it?
No.
Are you risking your safety?
Nope.
You're usually in cool AC or a warm heater?
Yes.
The only risk is your ego. And we're all trying to protect our egos, and we want to put out this false persona about us. Just go in. My first year in wholesaling was painful, ugly, and embarrassing, only for my ego. Everybody else, like, Dan, you help me out. They have no idea what your abilities. You just got to exude confidence and talk to them. He was the same way. She's going to be the same way. Everybody else the same way. You don't just get this magical path and you're like, all of a sudden, I can do exactly what Rick did in the exact same confidence. I used to get butterflies in my stomach, like that. My hands started sweating. I'm just a regular person when I do it. So eventually you just grow out of it. You're like, okay, find me more uncomfortable situations.
Agreed. And also, if you have a probate situation, you can talk to him.
That's it.
Hop on more Zooms, but you can talk to him, right? Friday evening usually. Hey, I got a probate question. Do you think if you put it on the chat, his eyes are gonna pop up? It's like, of course, let me help you. So he's gonna do that. Come on, you know that. You basically got him in your back pocket to help you with the probate, right? So give a hand up for Maria. You got this going. There you go. All righty. And then next up, we're gonna go with Joseph. Let's go, come on. Let's go. He needs to get his first deal. We're gonna get there. Have you met him?
I met him last night, man.
There we go. All right, so let's talk, man. How are we gonna get our first, come here closer. Come here closer, bud. Come here, we got this, all right? How are we gonna get our first deal, man? Let's talk.
I was thinking of driving for dollars instead of calling people, but then reverse driving for dollars.
It's a good idea. I like it. So, there's a lot of people here that's got deals reverse driving for dollars, so it works. There we go.
Yeah, I was just like sending offers and stuff, like falling in love with them. Like they always call me back, but I want to make them the offer, but it's not like. It's like above your rules, like you say, and I want to make it, but I'm not
it's like
sure.
they're above the MAO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to make it, but I'm not too confident to lock it up.
Okay.
I haven't done the deal yet, but it looks like a deal, but I haven't done anything like that.
So let's talk. So first and foremost, if they went above the MAO, it's not really that big of a deal because if their motivation's there, we can still go to the house and just see.
Yeah, they want to sell, but it's just that I need someone to go with me to a meeting and stuff like that.
Who do you need to go with you? You got this. It's just you and them. Yeah. So here's the thing. The more experience you get, the better you are. And so you weren't here in the beginning of yesterday, but I kind of talked about confidence, right? And so do you know the definition of confidence? No. Probably not, right? So confidence it's not how cool you sound or smooth or if you're nervous or not. No, it's how much of a belief do you have in what you're talking about. So this is, for example, what are you really, really good at? Like video games, cooking, guitar. What are you really good at?
What are
skills? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you play any video games? Do you like music? What do you do for fun?
Okay, we're gonna break the ice here. So you missed a fun exercise yesterday. So Joseph, I'm asking you a question and you have to answer it.
Yeah.
or I'm going to kick you out of Flip with Rick Plus.
No.
Actually,
No.
Tell me what you do when nobody's around that's kind of embarrassing that nobody knows about you. You can't think about it. You just got to say it.
Explain you first.
So, like mine, I have a problem with scented candles. I make moans and sounds when I smell it. I love it. I also love to watch musicals, specifically High School Musical 1, 2, 3, and 4 was terrible, with my daughter and all her girlfriends, and we have a ritual, like every year we watch it together. I dance, I sing. If anybody ever saw it, I'd be in big trouble and I'd get millions of views. The list goes on for me. What is it you do that, like, singing in the shower? Like, what's the crazy thing?
Oh, like, I will scream Bohemian Rhapsody at the top of my lungs anytime it comes on. I'm weird too, so don't worry.
It's not, it's just a trait you took on. What is just like, because, so you got family members. Think about what they'd say, because this is what Joseph does. It drives me a little bit crazy.
I don't know. I guess like I just like speak to myself. Like I talk a lot to myself a lot.
What are you talking
Matthew
about?
does that.
I just say some random stuff and then.
Give me some
like,
random stuff.
Like I don't know. Like I just like. You gotta hang out with me. Like I just gotta like. I'm just like. I don't know what to say. It just comes out. Just comment something and then they start like.
So what we need to do, the first thing is like, so you missed yesterday is good. We always have to tell ourselves the truth. What are we short in and what do we need to work on? Because a lot of the stuff we do, we're conditioned by our family, our friends, and our colleagues. So how old are you, Joseph?
23.
You're young. We need to work on your confidence. That's okay. But it's something if you're aware of and you work on. One of the ways you can work, come on Flip with Rick Plus. I would love to do role plays with you, but I only do role plays with people that work on themselves first. You have to practice. So go through free wholesaling. I'm sure you've been through that before. And then in Flip with Rick Plus, we expand it out in there. We've talked all about yesterday about fundamentals of wholesaling. You've got to learn the fundamentals. You can't just jump over to the advanced strategies and not do the fundamentals. It's like if you don't know basic math, you're going to get killed in calculus because it's not going to make sense. You have to build it by chapter by chapter. The really cool thing is you can dive deep into this. Think you can do that?
Yeah.
You have to do it. It's up to you.
Yeah. Well,
What's your reason for wholesaling?
well, I like real estate and I wanted to invest in real estate and like I like it. I think it's safer. Like stuff. I just like to. Well, mainly like stocks, but I like real estate. Like I want to do that.
So Joseph, are you the type of guy that you might be a little shy up front, but once your friends get to know you, you don't shut up?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So let's all be Joseph's friends. So what I want to do is we're going to do 2 challenges. I need every single one of you guys today to shake his hand and talk to him and say what's up. And then something embarrassing about you. Yeah. So Joseph feels better, like he's better than you. I'm just kidding, man. But here's the thing, man. This is a relationship business. And I know as an introvert, it sounds like, oh my gosh, I'll be nervous talking to all these people, and this is not my thing. Here's the cool part about acquisitions. And I mean, he's more extroverted, I'm more introverted. But when I talk about wholesaling, my confidence jacks up, and I turn into a crazy person, as you guys know. So I can talk about wholesaling all day, every day. And so here's the cool part. When you're more quiet and shy, especially a new person, you don't talk too much, right? That's the best part of acquisitions. 90% of acquisitions is just listening and asking questions. And you don't want to talk, so you just ask them a question so they just don't stop talking. So it's a superpower, man. So you got this. And so for you to get a deal, you need to talk to other people doing deals. And they want to talk to you, man. And so the first thing you did, which is probably the coolest, is probably didn't want to come here. You wanted to, but you kind of didn't at the same time, right? But you brought your butt here to change your life, right? And so can we give a shout out to him for doing this? That's a big deal. Let's go. And so, I know it's a little nervous, but like, these people are your friends, that they're not going to be mean to you. If they are, I'll beat them up. Just kidding, no. But like, come on, they're all here to get better, and you're here to get better. And so, talk to him, do some deals, and I'm telling you, next 6 months, you're probably going to get a bunch of deals. And you can come up here and talk about it. So, we're proud of you, man. So, drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars, that's great. I mean, you're in Dallas, man. Like, got people, yep.
Yeah, I told Joseph last night that if he got a warm lead in,
Yeah.
I'm happy to take lead on it with him. Literally, he can just be attached to my hip. I'll run the appointment. We'll go all the way through the process. He can hear me talk to the seller, watch me physically make the offer. We'll get the deal together. He can have it all. I just want to make sure he's successful too.
There we go. Come on, there we go. beautiful, man, right? So let's do it. So you got a bunch of people in Dallas doing deals. We all want to help you out. So we got to commit to one thing. All right, this is a big deal. Will you commit to hopping on the Zoom at least once a week with me or Rick and just checking it and talking?
Yeah, I promise. I commit.
There we go. We got it, man. You got this. So guess what? You got this. Keep it up. So proud of you, man. We'll go talk and give a shout out to Joseph. There we go. Love you guys. It's not easy coming up here. It's not easy talking. You can get nervous. Trust me, I get it. And everyone thinks I'm a smooth, polished, wholesaling type guy. Who's not that. I used to have this problem, and I remember I said, you're the one who helped me out with this. When I first started talking to sellers, I used to talk, and I used to have filler words, like but. I used to do but a lot. Okay, well, how are you, but, okay. Okay. Like I used to have, and you'll see beginners do that. And I didn't notice I did that until you started mentioning it to me. And then once you said that, I instantly realized it.
And now he picks me apart.
I pick you apart.
Anything I say,
yeah.
I'm like,
I'm
fine, dude.
But so just FYI, like, I was not always the way I am. And Joseph, you go to my YouTube channel, look at my first videos. I was quiet. I was, hey everyone, how are you? And I get more confident, and you just get smooth like that. Now I'm happy I don't have my first 2 seller appointment calls. Not good. Let me go try to see if I can find the picture of my second wholesaling deal ever, of a picture of what I looked like. You'll know, we all start somewhere. So
you won't let me post it. It's one of the
I
fun.
don't.
Remember that guy? He's just like, Zach's like, I gotta take a picture of this moment. And if you guys ever read Zach's, what was that, Bags to Riches?
Yeah.
I made him document a story. I go, dude, like, I wish someone did back when I started when I was in my 30s. And we documented the whole thing, and it's just special. Like I said, you don't really understand where you came from. Yeah. Like, I didn't journal everything I did. Like, you don't need to journal everything, but it's really special when you can find your first couple of deals and savor them, so.
Exactly. All right, so let's keep going with some data. We're helping people out with their lists and their markets. And you already came up.
I have better questions.
All right, what's up? All right, come up again. There we go.
I promise this one's better. So
they're all good, man.
And I sort of asked Luca this too, but about like, I know all county clerk's offices are different, I guess, and there's some are easy, some are hard. I guess the Washington County one is one of the hardest ones, because I went in there 4 days in a row. I had to just try and get lists because they kept telling me to frick off, in a sense. But so I know if I can get the list, I'll probably be the only one to eat that these people even get from them. Because like usually on the list I get, I'm the 7th wholesaler call them after Timmy, who offered him $250 on the property that's worth $200 all fixed up and needs $50 grand in work, and that's a rough objection to overcome. But have you ever had trouble getting these type? I think I watched one of either you or Rick's videos where you said you had to go into one of these offices like multiple times, and they got tired of it to get these lists.
Well, what's my saying on list?
Persistence.
It's simple. It's simple. It's people just say no. And if you go like, hey, you ain't getting this list, Alex. I go, okay. That's what 95% of people do. So they're not used to when someone comes back. I go, and it's not like, give me that list now, or I'm gonna get your boss out here. You can't do that. You gotta keep coming back nicely. And you gotta learn how to work with words with people. Now, as I said, don't use this on your spouse and girlfriend because it will blow up in your face. But like, even little things like when your significant other asks you, hey honey, where do you want to go to eat? It's a trap question. I go, you know what? A lot of times I go, what were you guessing? She's like, were you going to take me to that special little Italian restaurant? I go, you got it. You got to kind of go out the answer and pull it out from them, because if you just keep headbutting them, it just gets worse. They're just employees. They're just trying to do their job. It's usually their uppers telling them what to do. Use the same skills you learn with sellers and use it with those employees. Everybody has pictures in their offices. If they got dogs, they got kids, they got their favorite team. Just go, oh my God. Find commonality and try to keep working it. And eventually someone will break down or they will kick you out of the office. Now you got to know when to retreat and when to regroup. Resourcefulness, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can convince a lady friend to go in and do the damage for you. Whenever I've hit like a major roadblock, I will recruit. My wife mostly, I go, hey, will you go in there? She'll walk in there 5 minutes and walk out with the entire file. I go, I've been in there 6 times. And then she got, hey, there's this guy in here, he just keeps annoying the crap out of me. It's like, you know how men are. And it's just like, it just opens you up. I will tell you, if you can get any type of female to answer phones, go on appointments with safety, your numbers will go way up. It's just the truth. They're better listeners. They try to solve problems naturally. I'm just telling you, some guys were just built in our DNA just to run people over, and sellers don't like that. They just don't like it. So, play around with the words, work with them. When they say no, it just means not right now. If you think no, you guys think no means no, just flip it around. That means it's game on. Flip the no on, turn it on to an on. Keep going. It doesn't mean you're going to get 100% success rate. But if you're going after like 6 lists and you get 2 or 3, that's fine. It's when you guys put all your eggs in one basket and you can't get it. Like, what do I do now? I go, when did I ever tell you to attack one list? Go for it. Get it. Play around with it. Go back and think about what they said. So I used to go like this. I would go out, drive around like an hour like I was busy, and I would just think in the car, I'm like, how can I crack this woman? And some of them are just Fort Knox. There's nothing you can do. And I just kind of play around with that. I go, listen, I know you said no. I am so sorry. I feel like I'm really tying up your time. I know this is a really tough job. I know you probably got kids at home. I start answering, giving her answers to the questions I already know the answer. I see 2 kids in the background. I see she's got a Patriots flags out there. I go, man, Tom Brady, I missed that one. And all of a sudden, once the information starts coming out of her mouth that's not work related, I know I'm going to get somewhere. She knows the code to get there. You have to crack it. It's like, you ever see those people that crack combinations on locks? They're like, you got to put your ear up into it and dial it in. Don't ask for the boss. It never works. You just get run over by more and more. So, does that answer it? You just got to keep going back. You're never going to have, you don't get 100% success rate. I never said it was going to be that. Overcome resistance with persistence. You have to put resourcefulness in there, though. It's not like, no, yes, no, yes, no. It's, you got to work with them. So volley, I go, hey, I know you can't give me that list right now, but if you could, what could I say to you to just get a peek? You know, stuff like that. And you just keep working. And once you can get a smile or get a crack like that, it also buys you time. Just by volleying, it lets you explore behind their office. If you ever put on the spot and you're like getting torn up by someone, try to make it personal or just try to go, my wife's the best, she's like, God, you look radiant today. What is it that you have on your like skin? That is just beautiful. I'm like, where does that come from? How do you do that? And I don't understand that. Like, she teaches me how to like connect with women to get like, to try to get information you need to go. Guys, that doesn't work. Don't ask about their skin. They don't care. So, got it? Well, get it?
And do you ever get them virtually too? Because obviously you
harder.
Can walk in.
It's just a common sense. It's harder virtually because now you remove it. Now your voice inflection and how you speak and your words are even more important. But listen, the reality is when you're in front of someone, most of your communication is physical. If you know it or not, just look how I'm looking and talking to you right now. If you guys want to crack the codes, learn how to read people's eyes. I'm not an expert on it, but I read books on it, watch videos. People naturally look up, down, and also it depends on the type of culture and country they come from too. Some people they think like looking down is disrespectful or that. Some people, it's just part of their culture. They're not disrespecting you, it's just how they were born, raised. It's been passed down for generation after generation. But mostly, wholesaling is a US-based type of deal, and you can read people. And so that's why it's so important you look in their eyes. I can tell who's engaged here, who's really absorbing information, who's writing stuff down. You have to hyper pay attention. It's an ADH problem, I apologize. I was born with it, I have to deal with it. As much of it's a superpower, it's a pain in my butt. And so that's why I use my son to help me put on events like this to organize it. But my information, like I have an on button and I can't find the off button all the time. And I admit it. And I can go on. He's always kicking me. You guys ever watch The Lies? He's kicking me under the table, like, shut up. And here I get this glare, like, you kick me one more time, boy. Like, so, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, Alex, go.
Okay. So also I was going to mention is, so Andrew brought his girlfriend. She's a pretty determined cookie. If you brought her into that place, all I'm saying is I brought my mom in to the government office that I've never gotten it up. She walks out with it. I'm like, how? It's just, I can't explain it, but sometimes it's just when you bring a female, it helps. I don't know why. And sometimes you just bring another type of person. That's just a different personality. So it's just a little different, you know.
Sometimes you
know,
just piss them off.
a 6'2" guy who's just walking in, it could be intimidating, right? You don't seem sweet as much as you do. So you just gotta be careful with it and see what you can do. But good question, man.
I had cornrows at the time.
Oh, man. Whew. Okay.
Got over that phase.
So just wear a hat, we're good. Yeah, I look good. There we go.
Walk in with his deal machine hat.
There we go. Oh, boy. All right.
Mike's deal machine.
All right, so who else has some data problems, data questions, issues? And all right, Phillips, come up. There we go. All right, what's up, man?
I'm doing all right. Hello, everyone. How you doing again? So, first of all, I wanted to say something about like asking for like offer and stuff. So, another way that I found, like when I asked for like the code violation and stuff, is that you could actually schedule your email. So, it's like once a month that you're asking for code violation, or if you want to send to a county and you don't probably like want to outsource it to pay someone, you could actually schedule like 12 all in one sitting. You just need to like change the dates and then it send it out itself automatically. So if you're doing like one county, 2, 3 counties, you could actually schedule the Gmail to send out to them. So you're just getting leads coming in every month without you even doing anything. So I just wanted to put that out there that you could also do that.
Appreciate it.
Also, so for my probate, I've been trying to do in-person probate because it's like not too many people could do that. And I'm doing like 3 counties.
In New York?
Yes, in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yes, so I have to still travel and it's like a little bit, so I'm trying to keep up with every week to go there, but at least every 2 weeks I'm getting better. So just wanted to ask, like for people that are doing probate, the virtual ones, what's the success rate? Because I'm thinking, okay.
Of getting the lead? Of the list?
Of like, if you put the list, are you one calling them or sending them like letters? Like there's this county, Anchor County in Ohio, I'm able to put their list online. And I sent once, but I'm still in my head of like, if it's open to everyone, what's the success rate going to be?
I mean, it's gonna be lower, but like it's not impossible. The ones that are super easy to go, you can, like even in St. Lucie County, it's all public. And any of you guys can pull the list that I get big deals on. Like again, my biggest wholesaling deal was $115,000 probate that any Joe Schmo could have pulled. But I was at the right place at the right time with the right seller.
Oh, okay. So like,
even if it's public, there's amazing deals.
Oh, okay. So I shouldn't rule it out because I was
Never.
in my head trying to,
Come
like,
on.
Rule out.
It's too easy. No, you're good.
Okay. That's just what I wanted to confirm that. Does it still make sense for me to like, because there might be some week that I'm able to go out, and then some week I feel for my wife because it's like I work 6 days a week, long hours, and then on my off day, I'm off to New Jersey again. I don't come back until like late night. So I'm like, maybe 1 week I could go out, another week I could do virtual.
Yeah, go virtual. You got a pregnant wife, man. Be with her. You got this.
All right, thank you.
Wait, Philip. So give a shout to Philip. Phillips has been here every week in their Facebook groups, always on the live streams, going on here on all the Zooms, and he's never not had a smile on his face. So give a shout to him. Yeah.
Something that might be able to help, if it's available online and you can get it really quick, something that can help you is speed. So like if you get it quicker than everybody else, a lot of these people are pulling that bi-weekly or monthly.
Okay.
Speed kills some probates.
Okay.
If you can pull it daily and get your direct mail and your correspondence out to them super quick, every once in a while you're going to find yourself you versus the seller and not 5 other buyers, and you're going to win that deal pretty quick because speed can help you win.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Another one question is, so when I was pulling the leads, it says like the dead day is, some is like not too far, some is like close, but it says the issue date. So I'm still a little bit like confused. So when you file a probate and you submit your probate, it says issued. Those are still like good because it's like I literally put something that was filed this week and then they issue it like right that same day.
It's just when it's filed. The person could have died 2 years ago or 2 days ago.
like 2 months ago,
Still gonna go.
it's still good to go. Okay, because I'm like confused. Is that list still good?
Some people wait years. It's a court case. They document it. They do the date it's filed. I've had people die 20 years ago.
So when it's issued in the county, it still has to go through the judge.
Correct, but they have to open it up, and then the lawyers, they petition. It's a boring process, and so a lot of times we can't read the case. Remember, the probate's just the lead. It's up to you to reach out to the PR to see what their desire is, and then offer them solutions. Because a lot of them go, listen, if you could do this, that would be perfect. After a while, you figure out like, okay, so if I could do this, I could walk you through, and we could put a deal together, would that work for you? Like, absolutely. But my lawyer told me so-and-so. It's up to, I go, you hired the lawyer, right? What if I could show you a way? And I always go, what do you want? I heard what your lawyer told you to do. What do you want? She goes, man, if you could make that happen, that would be great. Now, some of them are religious and they follow the lawyer, and you have to respect it. You can't make, just like you can't make someone sell a house, you can't make a lawyer do your program. Remember, you missed it yesterday, but you are the coach calling in the quarterback. The quarterback has to tell the lawyer what to do. If you try to step and go direct to the lawyer, you're going to burn all bridges and you got to find another lead. You got to know the playbook. Okay? You got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
So listen, wrapping it up on this, there's 2 things you got to know about all leads. You guys will start to do deals more and more, and you're going to fall in this trap, and you're going to try to prejudge leads. When he says that 115 grand like probate deal, he almost didn't go on the appointment. He goes, she just like doesn't seem super motivated. I go, the house is highly motivated. If you try to think you know everything and you know every lead, all this stuff is in public records. All these millions of dollars is sitting there. Somebody has to go through it. The minute you try to prejudge, I don't want you to waste your time, but you're going to burn some time in the beginning because you're going to have to take more risks than the average person. But when you got in, like I got 4 or 5 years, I thought I knew everything. I missed after deal because I tried to predetermine.
That'll be all right there.
If I've got 1,000 leads, I have no idea which one of those is going to play ball with me and make it easy for me. I don't know which one's going to be difficult. So we all try to prejudge people, right? People look at you, they decide if you're ugly, you're fat, if you talk too much, you're too quiet. Don't do this with your leads. It will kill you in your business. Form a process and have a system. I laugh because I kind of enjoy this show, Gold Mining. My son makes fun of me all the time. But I kind of like assimilate gold mining to wholesaling. You got to back it up. You got to so they do it per yards. They go, every 100 yards, I get a 1/4 ounce. And then they process it. It goes, oh, how many yards do I need to get this? And that's how you have to back in and build your system. They don't go, like that dirt looks a little rough, I'm not going to touch that dirt. They get to a certain section and they just go through with the machinery and they go through. These gold miners, crazy show, they spend $15, $20 million to find $5 million of gold. And the amount of risk and living in those conditions, I'm like, why? And they do it. I go, they're just like the wholesale gurus. It makes great content. Most of those aren't making money. You got 15 employees and a guy goes, we just made $2 million. I go, dude, by the time, you know what the fuel consumption is in those things? Thousands, tens of thousands of gallons. One of those big rigs can be $1 million. And like you see when they break down, how much do you think you got to pay a mechanic in the bush to do all that stuff? So it's fascinating. So do not prejudge your leads. I can't tell you enough. And like, you just have to go through them. So when people go, what's the probability if I go through this list? I go, I don't know. It could be 0, it could be 100%. You have to make that determination. It's not up to me. So I can tell by the quality of questions people ask where you're going to go. Some of you just need to be misguided. There's nothing guaranteed in life. Life will change constantly. Wholesaling is risk, but the upside is amazing. The risk is up front, and that's your time. You're going to have to put in more time than the average person. Welcome to entrepreneur. But to me, there's nothing more fulfilling. So I think that's about, come on up.
I'm going to share a few things. Just make it real quick here.
Go.
So I just wanted to come up here and share a few things. I've had a lot of people over the last 2 days ask me just various questions about acquisitions in general, and a lot of questions specifically on how I flow my leads and stuff through my business and things like that. So just wanted to share a couple bits of advice.
All right, guys, so that concludes day 2 of the Wholesaling Accelerator live event. Thank you so much for you guys watching this, and hopefully you took some notes. And again, if you actually want to go out here and come to the next event, just go to flipwithrickplus.com. Again, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you soon. This is Zach Ginn signing out. Have a blessed one.